Hi, I'm Harish and I lead community and platforms at AngelHack, and I also run the AngelHack Ambassador program. We've recently launched our Student Ambassador cohort 2022 and the applications for the same are open. And if you are a student enrolled in any form of college, university or school, please apply to become a AngelHack Student Ambassador. Now, why should you apply and what are the benefits? There are quite a few benefits. Some of the benefits that I can talk to you right away are: you will be part of a global network of student ambassadors that are joining us from different countries, and you can also make a difference by leading your local communities in your colleges and campuses, and learn also to run your own individual events all by yourself, and we'll support you with everything that you will need to do the same. Along with this, obviously, we'll ship you swag for becoming our student ambassadors, and also exclusive access to all our partner events wherever we are doing them, in whichever country or whichever city. Along with this, the unsaid ones are obviously the advantage of the existing ambassador network that we already have, and also the learning opportunities that you can create by being an active contributor to this program. So apply now and join us to become our student ambassador and learn to build communities across the globe.
AWS is the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. Millions of customers trust AWS to power their infrastructure and applications. Organizations of every type and size are using AWS to lower costs, become more agile, and innovate faster. AWS provides on-demand delivery of technology services via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. You can use these services to build and run virtually any type of application without upfront costs or ongoing commitments. You only pay for what you use. AWS gives you more services and more features within those services than any other cloud provider. This makes it faster, easier, and more cost-effective to move your existing applications to the cloud and to build anything you can imagine. From infrastructure technologies like compute, storage, and databases, to emerging technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence, data lakes and analytics, and Internet of Things. Building on AWS means you can choose the right tool for the job. For example, AWS offers the widest variety of databases that are purpose-built for different types of applications. With AWS, you can leverage the latest technologies to experiment and innovate more quickly. We are continually accelerating our pace of innovation to invent entirely new technologies you can use to transform your business. Like pioneering the serverless computing space with the launch of AWS Lambda, which lets developers run their code without provisioning or managing servers. And AWS built Amazon SageMaker, a fully managed machine learning service that empowers everyday developers and scientists to use machine learning without any previous experience. We are constantly expanding our global network of AWS regions, so you can access AWS services to build and run your applications from anywhere in the world. Each of these regions has multiple availability zones that are physically separated from each other and connected by low latency, high throughput, and highly redundant networking. This makes it easy to design and operate applications that are scalable, fault-tolerant, and highly available. Our infrastructure is built to satisfy the security standards of the most risk-sensitive organizations. You also have access to the AWS Partner Network, which has thousands of systems integrators who specialize in AWS services, and tens of thousands of independent software vendors who adapt their technology to work on AWS. With the largest community of customers across every industry, AWS has unmatched experience and operational expertise you can depend upon for your most important applications in every imaginable use case.
I'm from Singapore.
From Vietnam.
AWS User Group Thailand.
I'm an AWS community builder.
I run the user group in Singapore as a community hero.
I'm an AWS community builder.
I love AWS community.
Go AWS.
I'm so proud that all the group members are very proactive to support each other.
I'm really passionate about making artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible.
I'm also one of the AWS machine learning heroes around the world.
It's a global, positive and diverse community.
ผมเป็น Amazon Web Service Community Hero ประจำประเทศไทยนะครับ
The love of the technology and the friendship in the community.
Go AWS.
The first time I created a system that had never existed before, it felt like catching my first wave surfing. Both require persistence and skill, but the thrill is like nothing else. With my AWS certification to support me, I can help the wider team see the bigger picture and design a solution that pushes the boundaries of what's possible. Back then, I was riding a wave of fun. Now I'm riding a wave of innovation.
My name is Edward Likwong. I'm 21 years old. Every day, I wake up at 4 so I can avoid the rush hour traffic. I leave at 5 and usually arrive in the office at 7 in the morning. My commute usually takes 2 hours to go to office and back home. The commute back home is actually harder as you are already tired from a full day of work. Our mom worked abroad because of the lack of money. We only visited our father every other weekend, so we lived with our aunt. I found out about the AWS Siklab because our professor posted it on our group chat. AWS Siklab helped me be a step closer to my dreams. It led me to my current job that would hopefully give our family a better and happy life.
StratPoint is a software development company. We help enterprises build great software, and we also help them in their digital transformation. One of the things that we were really looking for was someone who already had experience in serverless. And Edward, from his internship with another company, had a serverless development experience already in AWS.
At AWS Siklab, we were given lectures by people flown from different parts of the world. The last day was what all fresh grads were waiting for. Imagine looking for a job and then being in a room full of opportunities. IT gives so much opportunity and reward those who are willing to learn. It also aligns with my dreams to invent and make something great. To all aspiring IT professionals, the secret is to learn, learn, and learn. Work hard and don't stop until your dreams become your reality. I am Edward Likwong, 21 years old, a junior software engineer at StratPoint Technologies Inc., training to be a DevOps specialist. My dream is to ultimately contribute something great. I want to be somebody.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome to the first day of building a full stack React application with AWS for beginners. I am Darla David, a technical community manager of Education PH, and on behalf of AWS Siklab Pilipinas and AngelHack, I would like to thank you for spending this wonderful Saturday evening with us. So we are going to be together this weekend, so let me know how thrilled you guys are. I'm sure that you guys are as excited as I am because this 4-hour session is filled with esteemed speakers, fun hands-on workshops, and exciting programming lectures. So chat a word about what you're feeling right now to our chat box. Are you happy, excited, inspired? Hello, John. Hello, Alistair, Stephen, John, Mark. I'm excited. Oh, someone's excited to see me. I'm flattered. Okay. Oh, okay. Excited, happy, sleepy. I'm sure these sessions will wake you up. Okay, excited. Okay, so for me, I feel really inspired because this 2-day workshop will truly be helpful for our upcoming research. So I'm really looking forward to what the speakers have in store for us. So before moving on, let's talk more about the event. So what are we gonna learn this weekend? So this bootcamp will take you through the entire process of building an application, starting with the basics, such as understanding how modern applications work and setting up your environment, and finishing up with deploying your app to production. How exciting! Oh, Joseph said, if you're happy, happy and I know it, clap my hands. Yeah, I'm gonna clap my hands because I'm happy because I'm here with you guys tonight. All right, so don't miss the chance to win $20 AWS credits. We have a hashtag contest. So I'm just gonna wait for our technicals to show the hashtag contest so you can read it with me. All right, so listen carefully, guys, because here's what you have to do with our hashtag contest mechanics. So first is you have to take a photo, including yourself, or show a behind the scenes picture attending the bootcamp. So it can be, right now, take a selfie with me, or, doing your project. So you may take a picture of you and your laptop, or you with your notes. Anything that will show us how the bootcamp looks from your end will be accepted. And of course, don't forget to blur or remove the participants' names that are seen in the photo for privacy purposes. That's really important, guys. You have to blur our names. And step 2, after taking your picture, you guys are encouraged to post it on your social media accounts, be it Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, or Instagram. All right? To make your entry official, kindly use the following hashtags. So the hashtag is really important. That's why it's called the hashtag contest mechanics. So the hashtags to be included is hashtag AWS Siklab Pilipinas, hashtag BFSRA Bootcamp. That's capital BFSRAB, and then hashtag AngelHack. Okay, that's 3 hashtags you have to include. Lastly, don't forget to put your post in public or make sure your account isn't locked or private so we can check your entry. So the winner of the hashtag contest will be randomly selected and announced on the 2nd day of our bootcamp. So that's tomorrow, all right? So don't miss the chance to win the AWS $20 credits. Okay, so moving on, here are some house rules. So let's have a bit of house rules. So our workshop will be smooth and slowly and surely. Okay, so first, you have to rename yourself using the format below. So for students out here, I just want to ask, do we have any students here? Shout out to students, hello? I am me, I am John is a student, I am a student. Who else is a student? Pingol, Mary, John, Bea, ayan. So we have a lot of students right now. Okay, so for our students, you have to rename to your school, student name. So for example, me, I am from Far Eastern University. So that's FEU Darla, FEU student, then my name. I'm too excited to put my name. So again, that's school student and then your name. For the professionals, let's have a bit of a spotlight for the professionals. Are there any professionals in the house right now? Oh my God, my voice. Okay, do we have any professionals here? I just want to know. What's your profession? Do we have a software engineer, a solutions architect? Hello, Shreyash. Nice to meet you. Hello, Martin. There you go. You have a developer. All right. So for professionals, all you have to do is to put affiliation dash professional name. Okay, so for example, I want to be a software engineer or a PBB winner. Do you guys know Pinoy Big Brothers? I'm just kidding. Okay, so for example, let's have a sample from Carlo here. So affiliation dash mainframe developer Carlo. I did that for you already, Carlo. Okay, now let's have a spotlight for the educators. So we have educators here, teachers, professors, some educators. Do we have educators in the house? Okay, I think the educators are a bit shy. Oh, there you go. Hi, Ace. Nice to meet you. Okay, so for educators, you have to put affiliation dash educator and then your name. All right, I hope I got that clear. Can I get a clear in the chat? Was I clear? Okay, I'm gonna wait for the clear, no? So while waiting for them to shout clear in the chat, okay, thank you, there you go. So for number 2, please ensure that your camera and microphone are muted. I know you guys are excited to talk with me, with the instructors, but you have to first keep your camera and microphones muted. And then for the next house rule, as we go through the event, you may use the chat box to ask questions, but please be reminded that we will be deactivating the chat box during certain portions of the event to maximize the limited time that we have. And then for the last house rule, you will only be given the chance to unmute during the Q&A portion. So if you wish to speak, kindly raise your hand and wait for me to call you. Again, if you wish to speak during the Q&A portion, you have to raise your hand virtually. I think there's an emoji there that you have to click. I cannot see you if you raise your hand like this. So if you wish to speak, kindly raise your hand and wait for me to call you. And then you may also send your questions via chat box so I can read the question for you. There you go. So as you all know, this bootcamp is organized by a collaboration between AWS Siklab Pilipinas and AngelHack. So to give us an introduction about our community partner, please welcome the developer community and outreach executive of AngelHack, Sir Shakti Singh. Hello, Sir Shakti. Are you there? There's Sir Shakti. Hi, how are you, Sir Shakti? How are you feeling tonight? Are you happy?
I'm doing great.
You're doing great. All right. I'll give you the virtual stage now.
Thank you so much, Darla. I'm really excited. I'm just looking forward to the chat box here, and people are really excited. And about 140 folks have joined us today evening, and it's like fantastic people and fantastic evenings we are going to have forward. So yeah, before taking much of your time. So my name is Shakti, and I work for AngelHack as a developer community and outreach executive. So just to give you a bit sense about what AngelHack is really is. So AngelHack is a community builder. So where we hope developers across all walks of life would come together to create an impact on the technology ecosystem. So what certainly do we do, right? So AngelHack, as AngelHack, we stage up hackathons, virtual competitions, accelerator programs, meetups, and and so on and so forth, so that we can try the bridge between corporates and the developers out there. Not just that, we have a diverse ecosystem of developers, designers, entrepreneurs, and we are spread across 160 plus countries across the globe itself. Also, we have accumulated a huge community of 250K developers, designers, entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth. So not just that, when we talk about community, community is all about helping each other grow. And so we have a program under our umbrella, that is the AngelHack Ambassador Program. Any one of you can join us. Just all that you got to do is just go on to angelhack.com/ambassadors and drop down your application. We'll be more than happy to speak with you. To give you more sense on to the ambassador programs, can we just have the AVP, please?
Hi, I'm Harish and I lead community and platforms at AngelHack, and I also run the AngelHack Ambassador program. We've recently launched our Student Ambassador cohort 2022 and the applications for the same are open. And if you are a student enrolled in any form of college, university or school, please apply to become a AngelHack Student Ambassador. Now, why should you apply and what are the benefits? There are quite a few benefits. Some of the benefits that I can talk to you right away are: you will be part of a global network of student ambassadors that are joining us from different countries, and you can also make a difference by leading your local communities in your colleges and campuses, and learn also to run your own individual events all by yourself, and we'll support you with everything that you will need to do the same. Along with this, obviously we'll ship you swag for becoming our student ambassadors, and also exclusive access to all our partner events wherever we are doing them, in whichever country or whichever city. Along with this, the unsaid ones are obviously the advantage of the existing ambassador network that we already have, and also the learning opportunities that you can create by being an active contributor to this program. So apply now and join us to become our student ambassador and learn to build communities across the globe.
Sir Shakti, I think you are on mute.
I'm sorry, man. So that is we have the applications for the ambassador program opened up. Uh, anybody out of you who is interested, just go onto that link. It has been shared in the chat box. Apply for it now, and we'll be more than happy to go ahead with you guys and see what you have in the box for the community itself. So any questions you have for regarding AngelHack and the ambassador program, feel free to shoot it out in the chat box. I'll be there with you guys throughout the session, and maybe during the last Q&A we can speak one-on-one. So yeah, that's pretty much about AngelHack. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Darla, for giving me this opportunity. So yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay. If you have a question, you may drop it on the chat, and then I can read it out loud right now, or Sir Shakti can answer again in the chat box. Yeah. So just drop your question, or yeah, I guess he's typing his question. So thank you so much, Sir Shakti. We are truly grateful for this collaboration, since AngelHack is one of the world's largest and most diverse developer ecosystems. So again, you may know more about AngelHack on angelhack.com. And of course, there you go. Okay, Sir John is interested. When is the deadline for the student ambassador application?
So it's not anywhere near. So you've got time to do that, because we have recently launched that for our next cohort. So yeah, you've got time. You can apply it at any point of time.
All right, you guys have a lot of time. And yeah, speaking of that, of course, now to our students out there, don't miss the amazing opportunity of being an AngelHack ambassador. So yeah, like what Sir Shakti said, there's a lot of time, so just take your time, and yeah, don't miss it. It's such a wonderful opportunity. What about for instructor? Do you I guess Sir Ace is asking if you have like an ambassador application for instructors? Yeah, there's another question. Is
Yes,
the AngelHack ambassador for students only?
It is also there for professionals if you want to apply. Just go on to the website, check out every detail that actually comes in.
All right, everything's in the website. Thank you so much, Sir Shakti. We'll see you later. You may now turn your camera off. Bye, Sir Shakti. All right, can I get a thank you, Sir Shakti, in the chat? Let's say thank you to Sir Shakti. Come on, guys. Let's say thank you, Sir Shakti. Ayan. All right, thank you, guys. All right, so let's move on to the workshop reminders. Okay, so before we move on to the workshop, we have yet again another kind of house rules. So I'm just gonna have to remind you a bit, guys, of what's gonna happen tonight. Okay, so this is a 2-day boot camp. This event is a 2-day boot camp. The first day will introduce you to AWS and its fundamentals, particularly how to build a full stack React application with its services. So core topics will be discussed during the first day. We advise you guys, our dear participants, to take notes. And there will be a bit of demonstration at the end of the first day to give you a glimpse of doing the full stack React application. And for the second day, again, that's tomorrow, same time, it will be mostly a demonstration and laboratory session. So here we encourage people to create an AWS account in advance so you can try it alongside our instructor. So if you don't have an account yet, no worries, guys. This session is live streamed, so you can watch it again anytime. Just visit AngelHack's official Facebook page and YouTube channel should you wish to rewatch. And as for the e-certificates, we will provide e-certificates to participants who successfully attended both sessions and accomplished the CSAT form that we will announce on the second day of the event. Now we are ready for the workshop. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our first speaker for this bootcamp. So our speaker has been with AWS for almost 2 years, supporting customers in the public sector space, which includes major government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and educational institutions. Our speaker has been in the IT industry for 7 years, working for enterprise companies, banks, telcos, and startups. He started his career as a developer, which proved to be really very relevant in all of his job roles, especially now as a solutions architect. So he strongly believes that harnessing your developer skills will definitely put you ahead in your career, regardless of the field you want to thrive on. And then leveraging the cloud will be the quickest way to do it. Let us all give a warm welcome to Sir Jasper Mendoza. Hello, Sir Jasper, are you there?
Hi,
all right,
hi.
Jasper. I really
Hello.
love
I
your
hope my
shirt. I wish I can have
Yep,
one.
I hope.
How are you feeling tonight, Jasper, before I give you the virtual stage?
Yeah, I'm quite overwhelmed actually. Seeing that we have over 100 participants, so I didn't expect that. By the way, this is my first time, joining Siklab session. So, yep, I don't think this will be the last though.
All right, thank you, sir. You may take it away, and I'll see you later.
Okay. Yeah. So, hi. So I'm Jasper Mendoza, as what was mentioned earlier. I've been with AWS for almost 2 years now, for working for public sector. So public sector more on governments, nonprofit, and education. Right. So. Yeah, so just a bit of an introduction about me. So I finished computer engineering. I graduated in 2015. And I started out as a developer, then moving into telco, then banks, and then startups. And finally, joining AWS, one of my dream jobs. And I was lucky enough to get into AWS as well. And just a fun fact about me, I love cooking steak, and I have a cast iron pan. And I also have a loving and supportive wife. So by the way, she did not make me put this in here. So this is my own, my own. I volunteered to put her in. Okay, so enough of that. So I'll be stopping my screen, my video right now because I'm in the Philippines and it's quite raining. So to improve the internet connectivity, and yeah. I'll show myself later during the other activities. Okay, enough about me. So AWS, right? So I honestly believe that in Amazon Web Services is the best place to build and learn. So that's true regardless if you're a customer, you're an employee working for AWS, or you're just a student trying out some of the services. So I really strongly believe that it is the best place to build and learn. So given that, AWS has a team of solutions architects that deliver high touch assistance. So you can reach out to SAs through our website if you have an AWS account, and then guide you through your journey, right? And with the broadest and deepest set of AWS of cloud services, you are really in good hands, and it's the fastest way to build and learn, especially at this day and age that being a developer is knowing how to code is synonymous to knowing how to read. So as time progresses, being able to know how to code will become an essential skill, similar to you need to know how to read or write. So it's that essential nowadays. So I will be with you for 2 hours. So we will cover a lot of topics in these 2 hours. So I encourage you guys to make the most out of it. Try to take notes, try to focus your attention. I know these sessions tend to get boring, so I'll try my best not to be so boring, but I I cannot promise anything, right? We'll start with basics, when it comes to the concepts of cloud computing, and we will look into how AWS differentiates itself as a cloud service provider. And then I will discuss the global infrastructure of AWS in which our cloud services are running on. So this is the AWS Global Reach. Then we will look into the AWS foundational services. So these services are the core services which are essential to run IT workloads. Then we'll dive deep into the AWS Amplify. So this service will enable developers to build, test, and deploy full stack applications within minutes. So developers don't need to spend time with the undifferentiated heavy lifting of maintaining and provisioning servers. Developers can just go ahead, straight up start coding, and then start deploying their code, and then their application will be up in minutes. And then I will be demonstrating a simple workflow. It's a very simple workflow on how to deploy a full stack application. And lastly, we'll look into how you can get started in AWS. Okay, starting with the cloud foundations. So I'll start with the question. So what is cloud? So let's make this a bit interactive. So can anyone in the chat, message your answers as to what you think cloud means? Don't be shy. Okay. Thank you, Sir John. Servers that are accessible over the internet. Cool. The internet. Yeah. Internet. Yeah. Okay. Offers compute, storage, networking services. Oh, Sir Pawi, you have quite the background. Remote systems, virtual computers. Yep. Located in data centers all over the world. Virtual network databases. Yeah. So I think I have an idea on what your technical level are. So it's good that you have an idea on what cloud is. But to put it simply, cloud is simply the on-demand delivery of IT resources through the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. So your answers are in fact all correct. But to simplify it in one sentence, it's basically the on-demand delivery of IT resources through the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. So I want to highlight a few keywords here to really get to home what cloud means, right? First off, on-demand. What does on-demand mean? On-demand basically means that you don't need to wait to procure your servers. So traditionally, if you procure servers, it takes months or even almost a year, depending on how fast your procurement process is, right? Because it needs to be shipped, it needs to be pre-ordered. There's so much going on before you can actually have your server. With the cloud, it's on demand. With just a few clicks of a button, you have your server within minutes. It's already up and running, and it's ready for you to use. IT resources. So what are IT resources? So basically, IT resources, you have already mentioned earlier, right? Servers, network, database, storage. So these are the core components of IT resources that is made available over the internet. So you guys are spot on earlier. And lastly, pay-as-you-go pricing. So you don't need to have upfront investments, right? So you only pay for what you use, similar to utilities, right? When you're using your water, your electricity, you're only billed for your exact usage. And that's exactly what pay-as-you-go pricing means. So again, in a nutshell, cloud is simply the on-demand delivery of IT resources through the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Now, let's focus on what is Amazon Web Services, right? So that was cloud in general. Now, what differentiates AWS? So in order for me to fully explain what AWS is, we need to go back to how it started, right? So AWS started with Amazon. So if you're familiar with Amazon, it's a retail company, right? Where you can buy pretty much anything you need. But Amazon started as a bookstore, right? You can buy books online through Amazon, and then it expanded to pretty much anything you need, right? So Amazon is a unique company in how we operate. So everything we do starts with our customer. So as our as our founder put it, right, we aim to be the most customer obsessed company in the world. So we really start with customers and we work backwards from there. In fact, 90 to 95% of the roadmap of AWS services is driven by customer feedback. So it really starts with the customer. Amazon, we are innovators and pioneers, and we hire people that want to build with the new normal. So we hire builders. So in Amazon, we don't just hire managers or anything with high level experience, right? We hire builders, such as you guys in the future, right? Or even now. I think you're already building something right now, right? Then we think long term. So we want to build relationships with customers that can outlast us all. So we really are customer obsessed. Now, from a bookstore, from a retail company, how did AWS start or came to be? So over a decade of experience, so Amazon was founded around 1996, 1997. Then 10 years later, right? Amazon, in running an online business, so running a website that has millions of traffic per month is not an easy feat, right? And with over a decade of experience building and operating Amazon.com, Amazon realized that we had developed a core competency in operating massive scale technologies and data centers. So because of this, Amazon embarked on a mission to offer this to developers and businesses to build sophisticated, modern, and scalable applications. So essentially allowing developers and businesses to build on top of what Amazon has been already doing for a decade, right? And that's how AWS started. So from the retail company, we emerged as the Amazon Web Services that offers IT resources over the internet. And from then on, AWS is the fastest growing multi-billion enterprise IT vendor in the world. So that's how it all started, right? So basically AWS is a cloud service provider that provides on-demand delivery of IT resources with pay-as-you-go pricing, as I mentioned earlier. So you don't need to buy your own data centers and servers. You simply acquire compute, storage, power, databases, and other services on an as-need basis, right? So basically, it becomes sort of a utility, right? Similar to how you consume internet or how you consume your water, your electricity. And the capacity can grow and shrink instantaneously, and businesses only pay for what they use. So that really is the driving force of AWS, right? So we really start with customers. So yeah, so to explain this in a more layman's term, right? For other students that are not familiar, what are servers, what are data centers? So simply put it, so if you're familiar with a gaming PC, so if you compare a gaming PC to a typical server, it's like comparing a domestic cat to a lion or a tiger. So basically, it's a computer with so much computing power, and it runs 24/7. It runs all the time to serve requests for your applications, right? And these servers, they're high maintenance. They need to run, or they need to be operating in an ideal scenario. What's the ideal scenario? You need to have proper cooling. Humidity needs to be controlled. Particulate and particles needs to be controlled as well. So it needs a special room, a special building, and that's what we call data center. So just to level set everyone, just in case you're not familiar with servers and data centers. So yep, and that's what the core competency of Amazon was, and still now is. And then we offered that as a service for others to utilize. So that you don't need to build your own data center. You don't need to buy your own servers. So that's what AWS is pretty much. So with this, with all this innovation, right? So I want to highlight what are the benefits of using cloud computing. Starting with agility, right? So with agility, the cloud gives you easy access to a broad range of technologies so that you can innovate faster and build nearly anything that you can imagine. You can start developing immediately. You know, you don't need to set up your own data center. You don't need to procure your own servers. Right? With AWS, you get access to powerful infrastructure with just a few clicks in the AWS console. Elasticity, right? So with elasticity, you don't have to over-provision resources upfront to handle peak levels of business activity in the future. So what do I mean by this, right? So in a traditional setup, you will need to ensure that you have enough computing power to support peak traffic. So for example, right? So imagine you are a gaming company. So let's imagine right now that you have your own gaming company and you have a peak usage of around 1 million players every evening. So the players are more active in the night, so around 1 million, but the traffic goes virtually zero during the morning. So this is our scenario, right? So you have a gaming company, you have around 1 million players active during the evening and virtually zero during the morning. In the traditional setup, you will need to buy and run servers that should be able to handle 1 million players, which means during the morning, your servers are running idle because you have no traffic in the morning. So this idle resources running in the morning equates to waste, right? It's a cost that you're not having any benefit from. Now with the elasticity of the cloud, you can run the same workload in the cloud and you don't need to run any resources during the morning because virtually you don't have traffic. And during the evening, you can provision as the demand increases for resources that can cater 1 million players. And that demonstrates elasticity, right? And with that elasticity, you get cost savings, right? Because you don't need to provision instances or resources that you won't need. So essentially, you're saving cost for the fact that you don't need to build your own data center. You don't need to buy your own server. You can just buy computing power on demand when you need it, exactly what you need. So that translates to cost savings. And lastly, you'll be able to deploy global within minutes. So going back to our gaming company analogy, right? Your game had so many downloads globally, and you want to support your customers overseas. In a traditional sense, you need to buy your own. You need to have a data center on your customer's geography, right? But with AWS, you don't need to build all that because we already are there. So you are able to deploy global within minutes. So let's elaborate on how is this global reach, right? So how big or how extensive is this global reach that I'm talking about? So we'll look into so for us to appreciate the AWS global reach, we'll go through a short history, right, about AWS global infrastructure. So in the beginning, so like Genesis, so AWS started in 2006, right? And for the first 5 years from its inception, AWS had 4 regions. So you can think of a region as a geographic location. So it can either be a state or a country where AWS run its IT infrastructure. Think of data centers, fiber connections, and servers. So to simplify things, that's what a region is. So a region is just a geographic location where AWS operates its IT resources. So our data centers, fiber connections, and servers. So for the first 5 years, we only have 4 regions. So we have in Singapore, we have 2 in US, in the East and West Coast. So 1 in California, 1 in North Virginia, and then 1 in Ireland. And as the customer base grew, we expanded to 7 more regions in the next 5 years. So starting from 4 regions, we added 7 more regions, right? So we already have in South America, Sao Paulo. Then we have in China, in Japan, Australia, and in Frankfurt, right? And we added the GovCloud for more sensitive workloads in the US. And starting from 2016 to 2021, we exponentially grew our regions. We added 15 more regions on top of that, right? So we are virtually present across the globe. And on top of these 15 regions, we are expecting 8 more regions to come in the coming years, and we don't expect to slow down anytime soon. So to summarize our existing region or our existing global infrastructure, we have 26 geographical regions, and within those geographical regions, we have 84 availability zones and 310 POPs or points of presences. So I'll elaborate later what's an availability zone and what's a point of presence, right? But for now, let's focus on regions. So we have 26 regions, and each region has at least 2 or more often than not 3 availability zones. So you can imagine an availability zone for now as simply as a data center, but of course an availability zone is not the same as a data center, but I will elaborate later. So with this global reach, right, we have 26 regions, and we have 8 regions that we have announced that are up and coming, and we are still expanding further to other parts of the globe, right? So AWS has the largest global infrastructure footprint right now with 26 regions, 84 availability zones. And this footprint is constantly increasing at a significant rate. So as you can see, historically, we are exponentially growing, starting from 4 regions, then adding 7 regions, then adding 15. And right now we have 8 in the horizon. So we are expecting to really grow and cover the whole globe. And with that global infrastructure, that is where we are running our services that you will be able to leverage if you will run your workloads in AWS, or if you will build in AWS. Now, diving deep into the region design, right? So unlike other cloud infrastructure, not unlike the other cloud service providers or CSPs, each AWS region has multiple availability zone, and each availability zone, so you can think of an availability zone as a cluster of physically separated data center which have high-speed intranet connectivity within each other. So an availability zone is not just a single data center. It's at least one data center, but more often than not, it's 2 or 3. We even have an availability zone that has 6 data centers. So it's a cluster of data center. That's just a single availability zone, right? So I hope you're still with me. And in each region, it has at least 2 availability zones that are independent and fully redundant. So how do we put redundancy between availability zones? So the availability zones are located in separate disaster planes. So what are these disaster planes? So disaster plane, you can think of them as, your fault lines, your earthquake, your natural disasters, and as well as your internet. The ISPs for these availability zones are fully redundant and separate with each other, as well as the power, the power lines. So they are also separate. So if there's a wide scale outage in that geographic location, there's a small chance that both availability zones will be affected, right? So that's how redundancy is architected within the region. And there's at least 2 availability zones in a region, but on average, we actually have 3 availability zones in a single region. So you can imagine the resiliency that's built within a single region. And to really solidify the region architecture, we don't use other backbone providers for the AWS traffic, right? So we have our own backbone of fiber connectivity. So that we call it as dark fiber, right? So these are fiber connectivities that are dedicated to AWS, and that fiber channels span the globe, right? But within a single region, that's how network has been architected. So just to recap, we have our regions. We have 26 currently and 8 upcoming. And in a single region, we have at least 2 availability zones, which are redundantly, fully redundant with each other. And each availability zone has at least 1 data center, but more often than not, it can be 2, 3, or even 6 data centers clustered together. That's your availability zone. And again, a data center is where your servers are located, right? So that's the region design. So zooming in on the availability zone design, right? So each availability zone, as I've said earlier, is fully isolated. So it has this means that it is physically separate. So there's a meaningful distance between availability zones. So it ranges around 60 kilometers to 100 kilometers, right? So that's a meaningful distance that ensures that if there's a wide scale outage that's happening in that part of the region, there's a big chance that, you know, there's a small chance that both availability zones will be affected at any point in time. And thus, availability zones give customers the ability to operate production applications and databases that are more highly available, fault tolerant, and scalable than would be possible from a single data center, right? And all availability zones are interconnected with high bandwidth, low latency networking over fully redundant dedicated metro fiber, so that the network connectivity for availability zones and within a single availability zone is connected via high bandwidth and low latency fiber connections. So with this, it provides high throughput, low latency networking between availability zones and within availability zones. So just to show you what it looks like, right? So this is a single region, and in a single region, there are at least 2 transit centers. So the transit center is the networking hub where traffic outside the region is being routed to. So any traffic that goes outside or are coming from outside the region goes through these redundant transit centers. And those transit centers are connected via mesh on all of these availability zones and data centers. And within the region, these availability zones are also connected via mesh. So all of the availability zones are interconnected with each other. And within a single availability zone, all of the data centers are interconnected with each other as well. So these connections are high bandwidth and low latency connections. So that's the region architecture, and that's what powers most of the AWS services, right? This is our global infrastructure. So on top of regions, right? So we have regions which are highly available and redundantly architected infrastructure. We have our regional edge caches, our edge locations, and multiple edge locations. So these are what we call POPs, or points of presences. So POPs are not the same as regions, right? So POPs are, you can imagine these are compute resources that are present across the globe. So these POPs can be found across 47 countries globally. So they are scattered around the globe. And what these POPs do, so mainly these points of presence run our Amazon CloudFront, what we call Amazon CloudFront, which is the AWS's content delivery network. So a content delivery network does so many things, but to oversimplify what a CDN is, a CDN, you can think of a CDN as your caching centers, right? So that's what. So for CloudFront, we have our regional edge cache. We also have our edge location caches. So caching, if you're familiar with that term, so it caters for, it saves resources that are commonly accessed. So let's say, for example, you're watching a video in a certain country. So fun fact, right, there's actually a point of presence in the Philippines. So there's a CDN endpoint here for CloudFront. So your content will be cached here. If most likely will be cached here if you access content that uses CloudFront. So we also have actually have several in India. So yeah, so let's say, for example, you're streaming a video, right? You're watching a video from a website that uses CloudFront in the Philippines. It will hit this point of presence here, and then it will look into its cache if that video is already loaded there. If it's not, then it will go back to the origin and then fetch that video, and it will cache that in that edge location, allowing for other users that will access the same video faster access. So basically, the first view for that video will be the slowest. Then the succeeding views will be much faster because it will only fetch the video from that edge location. So that's in a nutshell, that's one of the things what point of presence is doing, right? And we have over 300 plus locations that we have that we have deployed these edge locations, right? And we have 290 plus edge locations that are running this edge caches. We have 13 regional edge cache. So a regional edge cache is an second layer caching. So the first layer caching would be your edge cache, and if it's not located in your edge cache, it will look at the regional edge cache, and if it's there, then it will just fetch it from that cache. But if it's not there, then that's the time it will fetch all the way from your origin. So yep, that's located across 90 plus cities in 47 countries. So the global infrastructure, right? We have your regions, we have your points of presence, we have your edge locations. So that's the expansive global reach that AWS has. And of those, on top of those edge locations, we have the AWS backbone that we call. This is our global network. So our global network is a redundant 100 gigabit Ethernet network, and it's private capacity between all regions. So except China. So the China region is quite isolated for regulatory reasons. But the rest of the regions are interconnected with 100 gigabits per second of connection, and that's dedicated to AWS. So that's our global backbone that allows for high bandwidth and potentially low latency connectivity between the regions as well. And to allow connectivity directly to our enterprise customers that run their own data center, we also have Direct Connect. So Direct Connect is allows our customers to connect directly to the global AWS backbone via a direct link. So that's our Direct Connect. And, on top of the regions, on top of the edge locations, points of presences, we also have local zones. So local zones you can imagine local zones as an availability zone outside the region. So the main goal of the local zone is to deploy your workloads even closer to your customers. Because again, so POPs or points of presences can cache and can do some level of computing for your workloads. But if you really want to run your workloads closer, as in your actual workloads are deployed closer to your customers, that's where local zones will be more relevant, right? So just to oversimplify things, a local zone is just like an availability zone outside of your region. So we have local zones in 12 cities currently, and we have 3 more local zones announced in the US. And actually, we also announced that we will be having a local zone in the Philippines. So that's already announced. And yep, we should expect that we will also have a local zone in the Philippines. So on top of the point of presence that we have in the Philippines, we will also have a local zone. So it will enable us to run our workloads closer to home, like outside of the region. So that's what local zone is. Okay, so just to recap, right, the global infrastructure. So I know it's for some of you that have encountered this concept for the first time, it might be overwhelming. So this is one of the key takeaway that I want you to have, right? I have mentioned so many global AWS infrastructure concepts earlier, but the most crucial concept that I want you to take home with you is the concept of regions and availability zones. So regions, again, this is a geographic location. It can be a state or a country that we run our infrastructure that's architected fully redundantly, right? And within a region, we have at least 2 availability zones. And what an availability zone is a cluster of data centers which are connected with each other in low latency, high bandwidth fiber channels. And each of these availability zones have a meaningful distance between each other to ensure redundancy in case of widespread outage or any major disasters, earthquakes, hurricanes that might affect the data center. So they are distanced with each other around 60 kilometers to 100 kilometers. That's a meaningful distance. It's the how far availability zones are with each other is balance between how safe it is from disasters versus the latency. So that's why it cannot be more than 100 kilometers with each other. So that's a meaningful distance, and that's your availability zone. And you have at least 2 in a region, but more often than not, each region has at least 3 availability zones. So I think there's only 1 or 2 regions that only has 2 availability zones, and the rest has 3 or more. We even have a region that has 6 availability zones. Right. So hopefully this will stick with you, the region and availability zone. And with all of these infrastructure, right? In 2019, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge. So what is the Climate Pledge? So the Climate Pledge is a commitment to be a net zero carbon across our businesses by 2040. So it's not just Amazon Web Services, it's Amazon as a whole. So Amazon has several subsidiaries. So Twitch is part of Amazon, Kindle, Amazon Go. So Amazon has several businesses, right? And in 2019, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge. So it's a commitment to be net zero carbon across our business by 2040. And that's 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement, which is, a commitment to be net zero carbon by 2050. So that's the Climate Pledge. So why is this significant, especially nowadays, right? Because scientists tell us that we have a limited window to make unprecedented headway in order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. So to drive collective cross-sector action on the climate crisis, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge with global optimism on the conviction that global businesses are responsible, accountable, and able to act on the climate crisis. So in addition to achieving net zero carbon by 2040, Amazon also made a commitment. So this is a commitment on top of the Climate Pledge, right? Amazon also made a commitment to power our operations with 100% renewable energy by 2030. And we are on a path to meet that target by 2025. So we're still on track, right? And we even target to achieve that 5 years earlier of our pledge, right? And in 2020, we announced the Climate Pledge Fund. So what's the Climate Pledge Fund? This is a dedicated investment program with an initial $2 billion funding to invest in visionary companies whose products and solutions will facilitate the transition to a low carbon economy. So yeah, the Climate Pledge is open to all companies who also want to commit to hitting net zero carbon by 2040. So we have had several signatories committed to it, right? So the commitment of these signatories, so basically there are 3 commitments if you sign up for the Climate Pledge. First commitment is regular reporting. So measure and report greenhouse gas emissions on a regular basis. Next commitment is carbon elimination. So these signatories need to implement decarbonizing strategies in line with the Paris Agreement through real business changes and innovations, including efficiency improvements, renewable energy, materials reductions, and other carbon emission eliminating strategies. And lastly, credible offsets. Neutralize any remaining emission with additional quantifiable, real, permanent, and socially beneficial offsets to achieve net zero annual carbon emission by 2040. So right now, we have well over 200 companies of all sizes and across industries that have joined the Climate Pledge. And you can learn more by visiting the Climate Pledge site. Yeah. So research surveyed senior stakeholders at over 300 enterprises about their infrastructure operations at their largest US data center locations. So these are on-premises or co-locations. And this research found that AWS infrastructure is 3.6 times more energy efficient than the median of US enterprise data center surveyed. So more than 2/3 of this advantage is attributed to the combination of a more energy efficient server. So we design our own servers to be more energy efficient and much higher server utilization. So we ensure that these servers are not running idle. So AWS data centers are also more energy efficient than enterprise sites due to the comprehensive efficiency programs that touch every facet of the facility. So when they factored in the carbon intensity of consumed electricity and renewable energy purchases, which reduce associated carbon emissions, AWS performs the same task with an 88% lower carbon footprint. So if the same IT task is performed to other typical data centers, we are 88% lower in terms of carbon emissions. So you can learn more about these things in our website. So yeah, so that's the global footprint, and that's our pledge to have a net zero carbon by 2040 in operating our global infrastructure. And now, this begs the question. So out of all this, why should customers choose AWS? So what other reasons are there, right? So firstly, we have the most experience, right? So we've been operating in the cloud space for 16 years, helping millions of customers. We have 84 availability zones globally. So that's at least 84 data centers globally. And we have security and compliance programs and attestations that you can check on the website that will help you augment your compliance and your security requirements. And we have over 200 service offerings with the deepest features and functionalities. Right. So with these reasons, that's the the main differentiator of AWS as to why industry leaders are building on AWS. So this is just a small snapshot of the customers, enterprise customers that choose to run in AWS. So have a look if you are familiar with some of the logos here. Now, because of all this, Gartner recognizes AWS as a leader for the 11th straight year. So Gartner is a third-party company that assesses companies and rates them, right? And puts them into the Gartner Magic Quadrant to specific categories. And what we're looking at right now is the cloud infrastructure and platform services category. So this is the Gartner's Magic Quadrant for that category. And how you read this quadrant is that the y-axis pertains to the ability to execute. So this is, you know, how well you were able to execute your vision. So the x-axis is your vision. So this is what your plans are, how complete your plan is in the next succeeding years, in the midterm and long-term plans, right? And AWS is at the far upper right of this quadrant. And this is our 11th straight year in being Gartner's #1 leader in 11th straight year for cloud infrastructure and platform services. Okay, so we have over 200 services that are full with features and capabilities, right? So we have the broadest and deepest functionality and that compared to any cloud service provider. And for today's session, right? So we can group these services into key domains. So we have our technical and business support, marketplace, analytics, DevOps, mobile services, IoT, migration. So these are the major domains in which we can group these 200 plus services, right? And for today, we will only focus on one, right? And that's Amplify. So to give you a more detailed picture on the grouping of the services. So on top of those domains, we have these subdomains, right? And AWS has all those features and services available to customers. And that just shows the pace of innovation that Amazon has. So Amazon innovates on behalf of our customers. So we anticipate what our customers need in order for our customers to really focus on what they're good at, to really focus on their mission, to really focus on what differentiates their company. And Amazon will do the undifferentiated heavy lifting of managing your infrastructure, right? So the maintaining of your data centers, ensuring the high security being implemented in the global infrastructure space. So with this, I want to introduce this concept, right? So in the cloud, there's what we call a shared responsibility model. And in this shared responsibility, we can focus first on the security. So in AWS, security is our #1 priority. So the AWS cloud has been architected to be one of the most flexible and secure cloud environments available. So the shared responsibility model, so we take care of the security of the cloud. So security of the cloud, what does security of the cloud mean, right? So being the cloud service provider, AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs all the services offered in the AWS cloud. So the infrastructure that I have described earlier. So the global infrastructure, AWS is fully responsible in protecting that and securing that environment. And since this is a shared responsibility, what's the responsibility of the customer, of you as the customer? So as the customer, it is your responsibility to secure your workloads that you are running in the cloud. So customer is responsible for security in the cloud. right? So what does in the cloud mean? So it depends on the services that a customer selects, right? So there are services that are more inclined to infrastructure services such as servers, right? And if customers choose to run servers, then the shared responsibility model there is that AWS will secure the actual data centers and servers where your virtual machines will run, but the security within that virtual machine. So what is inside the virtual machine? So you have your operating system, you have your data, you have your application. You could probably run your database there as well. So as the customer, you need to ensure that you have configured your application, you have patched your operating system for any vulnerabilities, you have installed any antivirus, any firewalls. You need to configure all of the security requirements within your virtual machine. So that's an example of a shared responsibility model for an infrastructure service. But compare that to a service that's fully managed. So what's a fully managed service, right? So a fully managed service is what we call serverless. Later, we will dive into the concept of serverless. But with serverless, it doesn't mean that you don't have any servers, right? Because as an IT workload, it needs to run in a server. But the term serverless only means that as the customer, you don't need to think of servers. You just need to focus on the service. Case in point, if you need an email service, right? So traditionally, if you will need an email service, your own email service, you need to provision your server. You need to run your email SMTP server inside that SMTP application inside that server. So you need to provision your server, harden your operating system, set up your SMTP application. But with a fully managed email service, that's our simple email service or SES, you don't need to think of servers at all. You just use the service right away, and you just need to configure the service right away. So in that regard, you don't need to think of your operating system anymore. AWS already handles the security for you. So that's how the shared security responsibility, in the cloud. So diving deep right on what's a typical. So this is a typical divide between AWS and the customer. So when we say security of the cloud, we're pertaining to the AWS global infrastructure. So that's your regions, your availability zones, your edge locations, the networking that it requires, the database that we're using, the storage and the compute that's required to operate the global infrastructure. But as the customer, you need to secure your data. You need to ensure that your credentials, you secure it, right? You don't. So this is a typical pitfall from the customer, right? So we have the access to your infrastructure is typically protected via access keys. And the typical mistake from customers is that they publish these access keys on public Git repositories. And with that, that's beyond the security of the cloud, because that's already inside your responsibility. So you need to secure your access keys. Make sure that you don't commit your access keys to public Git repositories, because there are tons of scrapers out there that scrape public repositories for any public access keys. And once they have a copy of your access key, they can already provision any services within your account. Typically, these services run Bitcoin mining based on experience, right? So yeah, so security in the cloud, you are responsible for protecting your credentials, hardening your operating system if you're using an infrastructure service, enabling encryption. So AWS provides several encryption services, but AWS will not encrypt your data for you. You need to explicitly enable them. So it's just a simple tick box most of the case, right? So you just need to ensure that you enable those encryptions, you install those SSL certificates accordingly. So that's how the shared responsibility model for security looks like. Now, extending the shared responsibility model to compliance. So for compliance and regulations, as I mentioned earlier, AWS takes the burden off of the customer in obtaining and maintaining the accreditation of the infrastructure. So running your own data center, securing your perimeter, securing your servers, and the management plane. It goes through a lot of scrutiny, a lot of regulations, a lot of audits, and AWS already takes that burden away from you. So with running in AWS, you're already leveraging these accreditation and asset attestations for your infrastructure, for your data center, and for your physical servers. So we have achieved and secured for our customers several industry recognized certifications such as SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3, ISO 27001. Customers can even run HIPAA, so for health related data, and PCI for payment card industry related information. So those certifications and attestations have already been achieved by AWS. But this does not mean that any workload that you run in AWS automatically complies with these attestations, because these are solely for the infrastructure, for the global infrastructure. As the customer, it is still your responsibility to ensure that your applications are compliant. So how you code, how you handle authentication within your application, control mapping. So you still need to go through that. But the scope is only from the application or from the operate. It depends on the service that you're using. So the scope is greatly reduced because AWS already had achieved the infrastructure level certifications. So that's the shared responsibility model for compliance and regulation. So you can check out more of what specific attestations and certifications and compliance AWS already has in our website, which is in https://aws.amazon.com/compliance. Now, this is quite recent and quite relevant in the recent years, right? Relating to climate change. So in the shared responsibility model for sustainability, you're even sharing that with AWS, because AWS is already responsible for the sustainability of the cloud. We ensure that the global infrastructure, the servers, the cooling, the water, the data center, electricity supplies, the source of power that we're using are green, right? Are sustainable. And as the customer, you still have the responsibility, but you need to ensure that, you're running your workloads efficiently, right? You're not running any idle resources yourself. So that it greatly reduces your sustainability responsibility as well. So yeah, I think that's enough of the core concepts, cloud concepts. I think I've elaborated some of them already. And now we will go into the slightly more technical topics, which is our foundational services. So let me just quickly look at the chat. So, I'll just take a quick pause so that, the concepts and the things that I've discussed earlier will be, I let that sink in first, and I'll quickly look at the questions if there are any questions so far. And I will briefly turn on my camera again. We have one question. So, hi, Sir Jasper. Is it possible for Amazon sellers to use AWS for their business? Amazon sellers. Miss Ethelyn Martinez, can you elaborate on what you mean Amazon sell? Amazon as in the Amazon retail sellers? Is that what you're pertaining to? Miss Ethelyn Martinez. So again, for everyone, the question was, hi, Sir Jasper, is it possible for Amazon sellers to use AWS for their business? Yes, okay. Definitely. Well, actually, if you're an Amazon retailer and you're selling in Amazon, you're technically already using AWS, since Amazon is actually running on AWS already. But if you want to use AWS for your business, you leverage the services, definitely, because I don't think Amazon sellers are that different from your typical retailer. And if you're a typical retailer, right, you want to run analytics about your customers. You want to do sentiment analysis about your product so that you can adjust accordingly. And these are some of the common use cases of AWS in the retail space. So definitely, Amazon sellers can leverage AWS, but that's a completely separate engagement, right? So the Amazon retail business is completely separate with the AWS cloud business. So if you as an Amazon retailer choose to run workloads in AWS, so that's a completely separate engagement. But yeah, definitely that's something quite typical. Okay, thank you for that interesting question. Any other questions before I proceed with the foundational services? Hopefully I'm not breaking up that much, right? I'm not sure if my internet was stable. Hopefully I did not break earlier. Okay, so seeing that there are no questions, I'll proceed. And I'll stop my video again just to increase the chances of my internet to be more stable. Okay, cool. There's another question. How about web hosting, sir, like Cloudflare? Is it AWS has the same function? Well, Cloudflare does a lot of things, right? And there's no direct substitute. There's no single service Amazon Web Service that's a direct substitute for Cloudflare. So if you want to substitute Cloudflare, there's several services, Amazon services that can do that, right? So if I'm not mistaken, Cloudflare also does DNS. So our DNS service is Route 53. Cloudflare also does CDN. So as discussed earlier, our CDN service is CloudFront, and Cloudflare has some security on top of it. So I believe there's also a WAF, that functionality in Cloudflare. So WAF, for those of you who are not familiar, is a web application firewall, and we have AWS WAF as well. So definitely you can substitute Cloudflare with several AWS services. So yes, not quite. So Cloudflare is not just a DNS service, Sir Techno 6. Okay, all right. So just to be mindful of the time, I have to move on, and I'll get back to the other questions that I wasn't able to answer. All right, thank you. Thank you for that interesting question. Okay, so proceeding to the foundational service, right? So when we say foundational service, these are core services that are quite crucial in running your IT workload. So when we say foundational service, we typically are talking about these three categories of service. So we have compute, resources. This is where you run your applications, essentially, where you host your web application, where you run your analytics jobs. So compute, basically these are your servers. And you need storage on top of that compute. So the storage is where you store the files, where your applications are residing, right? And on top of the storage, you need your database. So database is where your applications persist their data. It's where you can query your data in a more structured way. Right? And these are, when we say core services, we're talking about compute, storage, and database. And another thing that's not mentioned here is networking. But we won't elaborate on networking topics in this session. But feel free to look at the AWS website. Later, I'll walk you through on how to get started anyway. So yeah, core services, compute, storage, and database. So hopefully we're quite familiar with these. If not, I will provide a layman explanation, so don't worry. Okay, so diving into these core service, starting with computing on AWS. So when we say compute, in AWS, we typically have three classifications of compute, right? Starting with Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, or Amazon EC2. So you can think of EC2 as your traditional server, right? So the only difference is that instead of you buying your own server and building your own data center, you get to leverage AWS. But with the shared responsibility model, you still need to maintain the operating system of your servers, ensuring that your OS are constantly being patched with the latest version, installing and configuring appropriate security measures in your servers. So with Amazon EC2 computing, the shared responsibility model, the customer still has a bit of responsibility. Right, now moving on to our container services. So these are the ones in the middle. So when we're talking about container service, we're talking about Amazon Elastic Container Service, or ECS, or Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, or EKS, or Amazon Fargate. Now, what are containers? Like for those of you who are not familiar with containers, you can think of containers as your Docker containers, if you've heard of them. So it's smaller than a server. So essentially, the more technical definition of a container is that it's a thread. It's a single thread with that's being run based on a specific image. So it's just a process. So compare that to your full-fledged server, which you have your operating system, you have your applications installed there. In a container, you only have a thread. So that thread can contain your application code, relevant libraries that's needed to run your thread. So a thread is basically just a process in your CPU. So you can imagine a container as a more lightweight version of your server. So containers is just a smaller server, right? But you don't have to maintain operating system. But instead, in a container, you only need to maintain your container images. So when we say when we're talking about container image, this is just your libraries, your application code, etc. That is part of your process of your thread, of your container. Right? So yeah, so you can imagine when running containers in the cloud, you lessen your security responsibility, because you don't need to patch your operating system anymore. You don't need to maintain an OS. But instead, you still need to maintain your container image. You need to ensure that your image is secure. You still need to maintain your libraries. So there are several libraries that are constantly being found out to have some vulnerabilities. So you need to ensure that you update the versions of that libraries that has patched those security vulnerabilities already. So very similar to OS vulnerabilities, but with your EC2, on top of the OS vulnerabilities, you also need to address the library vulnerabilities. But with the container services, you don't need to think of operating systems anymore, but you're still looking at libraries, right? So so as you can see, going to containers, the shared responsibility model, the responsibility of AWS increased up to the operating system level. Now, we get to Lambda. So Lambda enables you to run your code in AWS without maintaining any infrastructure or image. That's what we call serverless computing. So I will elaborate about Lambda in the succeeding slides. So when we say serverless, right, computing on AWS, what is serverless? So a common misconception about serverless is that, okay, we're using a completely separate technology. We don't use servers anymore. On the contrary, we still use servers to run the services. But the only difference is that on the perspective of the customer, you're not maintaining any servers anymore. Hence the term serverless. Because as the customer, you don't need to think of servers anymore. You just need to focus on your code and your application. And as a developer, you just need to focus on developing instead of focusing on the undifferentiated heavy lifting of provisioning your servers, installing your applications in your servers, and hardening your servers. That's serverless, right? So serverless, no infrastructure provisioning, no management. Amazon does that for you. So you don't need to provision any servers because AWS already manages the infrastructure for you. You have automatic scaling. So the compute resources allocated to you scale automatically as your traffic increases. So in our example earlier, right? Imagine you are a gaming company. So with serverless, you don't even need to plan out your resources. If you're utilizing serverless services, then this is done automatically behind the scenes. The resources automatically scale as your traffic increases. And you pay for value, right? So it's very closely related with automatic scaling because you only pay for the resources that you need and the resources that you are actually using. There's no idle resources with serverless. So you pay for value. And lastly, it's highly available and secure. So serverless computing is designed to be highly available. Serverless services by default already leverages multiple availability zones in a single region, which makes it highly available at the get-go from the start. So you don't need to architect high availability. It's already integrated in the service. And it is secure since it's leveraging AWS security mechanisms. Remember the shared responsibility model? You have less responsibility in the security, which means AWS does that for you. And you're pretty much in good hands if AWS handles your security. But of course, don't take my word for it, right? How do we demonstrate the security? You can check it through the certifications and attestations that I mentioned earlier on the compliance and regulation slide, which are audits that are done by third-party entities such as ISO. So these are separate entities, so you can trust these institutions that they really audit and they really know that if they tag this as compliant for this specific regulation, then there's a good level of security posture. So that's serverless for you. Now, really demonstrate, right, how serverless works. Let's look at a simple workflow. So an example. So in this example, we're running a real-time data processing application with Lambda. So what our application does is that you upload photos in S3, Amazon S3. So later I will explain what S3 is, but for now, just imagine S3 as your storage, where you store your files, where you store your objects. All right. So if you have pictures, you have photos, you upload it in S3, you upload it in a storage, and that storage is integrated with Lambda. So for any new photos that are uploaded in your object storage, Lambda will automatically be triggered. So again, Lambda is your serverless computing. So you can think of Lambda as you have a function, you have a code. You just deploy it in Lambda and you configure what triggers that Lambda. In this case, the trigger for this Lambda is an image upload into the object storage. So after the image is uploaded in the object storage, Lambda will automatically run its code, and the code simply what it does is it converts that photo into several sizes. Because if you have done some web development, you would be familiar on the image optimization. Because with the website, you have to consider several devices, right? So if you have a website, that website can be accessed through a laptop with a 13-inch screen, or with a PC with a ultra wide screen, or it can be accessed in a small screen such as a mobile phone, right? And in order to optimize the performance of your web application, you need to adjust accordingly the resolution of the photos, right? So if your photo is being loaded in a small screen, then it doesn't make sense to load a very high resolution picture in a very small screen, because it's virtually, there's no difference if you load a low res picture or a high res picture in a small screen. And that's that's what this application is doing. So it's converting a photo and resizing it into several resolutions for mobile applications or web applications or several devices, right? And with serverless, you can do that without servers, right? So let's say, for example, you have a day where you have very high traffic. So many people are uploading their photos in the object storage. Then your Lambda will run to consume those images. And once it's done processing that, you already have your images with several resolutions, and you're not maintaining any servers. So with Lambda, you are billed for the duration that the function is running, as well as the computing power that you allocate for that function. So yeah, so that's serverless, right? So you're as a developer, you're not thinking of servers anymore. You're just focused on your code, which is you're focused on how to resize photos. So you are not doing undifferentiated heavy lifting of provisioning your server, patching your operating system, ensuring that your servers are running and they are in a healthy condition. With Lambda, all of those goes away. So that's serverless for you. Okay, I hope that's clear enough. So that's it for computing. So we've discussed about servers, which is EC2. We've discussed about containers, which is Amazon ECS, Amazon EKS, and Fargate. And lastly, we discussed Lambda, which is our serverless offering. Now moving on to storage. So when we say storage on AWS, we offer a lot of storage services, right? But we don't have enough time to discuss all of them. So I'll be focusing on the more commonly used ones, which are these three. So we have S3, EBS, and EFS. Starting with S3. So S3, we already have encountered that in our example earlier. So simple storage service, or S3, is an object storage service. So S3 is durable, highly available, and infinitely scalable online storage. So when we talk about object storage, there's a technical definition of it. So technically, the definition of an object storage is that a storage where your file structure is flat, right? So it's not arranged in folders. So all of your objects are stored in the same flat structure. And in order for you to retrieve your objects, you need to provide the object storage with a key. Key, which means that you can imagine the key as the address to your storage. Let's say, for example, if I store an image in S3, I can provide it with a key. So the key, let's say, for example, I provide a photo of myself. I provide it with the key of photo ID -Jasper then I provided that timestamp. Then that's the key of my object. So once later, if I want to retrieve it, I just provide the S3 with a key, and then it will, in return, return my photo. So we can oversimplify an object storage into that. So that's our S3, which is our object storage. So one key functionality or one key characteristic of S3 is that it's highly durable within a region. So an S3 service, if you avail of S3, you need to provision buckets. So S3 buckets, you can just think of them as the location where you can retrieve and store your objects. So S3 buckets are stored within a region. So you need to choose a region. So out of the 26 regions, you just choose one where you would want to host your S3 bucket, where you can put in your objects. And the key characteristic of S3 is that it's highly durable within the region. So the durability of S3 is 99.999999999%. Right. So I'm not even kidding. So there are 11 nines of durability. So I had to count actually. So 99.999999999%. durable. What does 11 nines of durability mean? So your object is stored across a minimum of 3 availability zones. So we've already discussed what an availability zone is. So within a region, your object is replicated. So it's redundantly stored across 3 availability zones. So to ensure that it's highly resilient. And what does 11 nines of durability mean? This means that, for example, if you stored 10,000 objects, so you have, let's say, 10,000 pictures, right? So if you store 10,000 pictures in your S3 bucket, you are expected, or you can expect that on average, you would lose 1 object every 10 million years, right? So for those 10,000 pictures, after 10 million years, there's a chance that one of those pictures will not be available anymore. So that's what 11 nines of durability means. So you can imagine how durable S3 storage is. So that's S3, so the object storage offering of AWS. Next storage is EBS, or Elastic Block Store. So what is Elastic Block Store? So Elastic Block Store is essentially the block storage offering of AWS. So it's a block storage. So what's a block storage? Block storage is the foundation storage technology of any operating system, right? Your phones have block storages, your laptops have block storage. Essentially, it's block storage is your hard disk. If you have a hard disk, you format it, that's your block storage. And EBS is the persistent block storage that you are going to use if you plan to persist data that you are running on Amazon EC2. So we've discussed EC2 earlier, right? EC2 is the server. So if you have an EC2 server, you expect that you attach or you mount EBS volumes into that EC2. So it sort of comes with each other. So it's they are partners, right? So if you have EC2, more often than not, you also have EBS attached to that EC2. So that's Elastic Block Store. Lastly is Elastic File System, or EFS. So EFS provides a simple, serverless, set and forget Elastic file system. So it is highly optimized file storage for serverless applications such as Lambda, and is the only cloud-native shared file system with fully automatic lifecycle management. So lifecycle management just simply means that, if you can set lifecycle policies on the files that are stored in EFS, that, after this time, if it's not frequently accessed, it will go to a more cheaper storage within EFS that's infrequently accessed, so that you save on cost, etc. So that's being powered by machine learning and AI. So the AI observes your access patterns on your files, and it automatically handles the lifecycle management of your files. So that's the intelligent tiering that optimizes cost by moving the individual files between, storage classes. So you might ask, so what's the difference between EFS, EBS, and S3? So EFS is a file storage, which means that it's a formatted file storage. So it's a file and folder structure. So your typical Windows or Mac file and folder structure. So it's hierarchical. So your files are stored into folders. But in S3, that it's an object storage and is flat, has a flat structure. And EFS, it's expected that you're accessing it within the same network. But with S3, it's expected that you're accessing S3 over the internet. So those are some of the key differences. But again, I'm oversimplifying here. But hopefully this will give you an idea on the different storages that AWS provides. But actually, we have so much more, but we cannot, so we don't have enough time to discuss all of the storage offerings on AWS. So right now, this should give you an idea on how the services are being structured. So we've done compute on AWS earlier. Now this is storage. So you can imagine that the services are purpose built for a specific use case, and that's true for all of the AWS service offerings that we have. All right, so moving on to the last foundational service, which is a database on AWS. So what is a database? Right, so the technical definition of a database is that it's an organized collection of data stored and accessed electronically. So small databases can be stored on a file system, while large databases are hosted on computer clusters or servers or cloud storage. The design of databases spans formal techniques and practical considerations, including data modeling, efficient data representation and storage, query languages, security and privacy of sensitive data, and distributed computing. Issues include supporting concurrent access and fault tolerance. Yeah, so that was the technical definition, but in a nutshell, what a database is essentially is a location, right? So it's a location where you store and retrieve data in some form of a structure. And it depends on your data and in your use case, what type of database offering you should be using. Right, so we'll start with RDS, or the Amazon Relational Database Service, which is the most common use case for a database. And in fact, traditionally, all of the workloads are being run on relational databases. But actually, you should, especially in the cloud space, you really should consider your specific use case, because not all use cases are for relational databases. So again, Amazon Relational Database Service, or RDS, is our relational database offering in the cloud. So what is a relational database? A relational database is a database which has a structure, a data structure in which you divide into tables, and you have, in your tables, you have specific columns, and each of those columns in your table have a specific format, and you have multiple tables in your relational database, and they are highly related with each other. So case in point, let's say, for example, if you have a class, an online system that handles your online classes. So you can imagine you have a table for the list of students, then you have a table for the list of classes, and then the table of student and classes are related with each other in such a way that the enrolled students for that specific class will be present in the class table. So it's highly relational. So that type of use case is a good use case for a relational database. So an example of a relational database is technology is MySQL, and I think you should be familiar with MySQL already. So relational databases are queried using structured query language, or SQL. So an example of an SQL query is, probably if you've already encountered this, when you say select asterisk from students where student ID equals blah blah blah. So so you're selecting specific rows from a specific table, and what's special with structured query language, or SQL, is that it allows for relational querying. So you can select rows between the tables that are highly related, right? So you can select students from, you can select the students that are enrolled in a specific class. So that's a highly related. So you have two tables that are related with each other. Then you can query it using structured query language. So that's your relational database, right? And what's the key characteristic of RDS is that it's a fully managed relational database service. So when we say fully managed, meaning you don't need to maintain the specific operating system in which your database is running on. So the operating system of the server where your database is running, you don't need to maintain that. AWS handles that for you. Even the patching You just need to set a schedule for patching. And if you want to upgrade your database, you can do it through the console as well. So you don't need to manually install the upgrades. So you can just select that from the console. So that's a fully managed relational database system. And it's the RDS supports pretty much all of the source engines, right? Typically your Oracle SQL, your SQL Server, your MySQL, PostgreSQL. So all of the major source engines are supported, the proprietary ones or even the open source ones. Right, so that's our relational database. So that's the most typical database, right? Next, we'll proceed with DynamoDB. So DynamoDB is a NoSQL database. So as the name implies, NoSQL. So SQL is structured query language. So NoSQL. So these type of databases are not queried using a structured query language. So NoSQL databases are typically your key value store or your document database. So yeah, so it's less structured in a way. And DynamoDB is your NoSQL database that delivers single-digit millisecond performance at any scale. So it's a highly fast database, right? You can expect a single-digit millisecond response from DynamoDB. So it's fully managed as well. So you don't think of servers. It's also considered as a serverless offering. It can run in multiple regions. It can run multiple active databases with built-in security, backup, and restore. And it also has in-memory caching for internet scale applications. So DynamoDB, the key characteristic of DynamoDB is that it can handle a very large amount of concurrent requests, right? So DynamoDB can handle more than 10 trillion requests per day and support peaks of more than 20 million requests per second. So you can think of your DynamoDB as your highly performant NoSQL database. Right. So and just to have a rough idea on the key, so there are several differences between NoSQL databases and your relational database. But to oversimplify things, you can think of your NoSQL database as your unstructured database compared to RDS. Unstructured because, you know, relational database are highly structured. So you have your tables which have predefined columns, and each of your columns have predefined data type. So what's a data type? If you have some level of coding, right? So data types are your integers, your characters, your strings, and your floats, right? So with RDS, those data types are very strict, that if you input a data which has the wrong data type, it will throw an error, so that your relational database will not accept that. Compare that to your NoSQL database, right? It's more flexible in terms of the structure. So your columns it doesn't have to have a uniform column in the same table. So in the same table, you can have different columns because it's a key value store. It just requires that you have a unique key, and then pretty much you can forward it any value that you want. And that value can have multiple columns, single column with the data. So it's a key value pair. So yep, that's how to differentiate what DynamoDB and RDS does. And lastly, Redshift. So Redshift is your data warehousing. So when we say a data warehousing application, it primarily, so a data warehousing application does analytics, right? So it analyzes all of your data with the fastest and most widely used cloud data warehouse. So Redshift actually also handles relational data, but the only difference is that you're going to use Redshift if you need to analyze or aggregate this data, because a data warehousing database is That's the specific use case for a data warehousing database. So it analyzes all of your data with the fastest and most widely used cloud data warehouse. With Redshift, you can easily do analytics for everyone with automated performance tuning, simple setup and deployment, and built-in security and compliance. And one key differentiator for Redshift is that it has the best price performance and scale with up to 3 times better price performance than any other cloud data warehousing with a self-tuning system, and half the cost of other data warehouses. Because again, a data warehousing application is quite expensive to run yourself. So by leveraging Redshift, you get the best price performance and scale compared to running your own data warehouse application or database. Yep, and we have several more databases that AWS offers, right? So we have time stream data, we have graph data, but we will not discuss all of those right now. So we just focus on these 3 databases. So we have your RDS or Amazon Relational Database Service, which is offering a relational database for you. Or if you need to use NoSQL database, we have DynamoDB for you. And if you need data warehousing for analytics, we have Redshift for you. Right. So those are just some of the sample set of the services, foundational services that AWS offers. But again, we have 200 plus fully functioning service that is available at your disposal. And to give you an idea, right, the complexity of each of those services, it's very similar to this. So it's not, it's not like 200 plus service, like, oh, it's a very simple service. No, those services are full with features and capabilities and are purpose built for a specific use case, similar to the services that we have discussed right now, the foundational services. Right. So just to recap, we have discussed compute. So with compute, we have EC2, we have containers such as ECS, EKS, and Fargate. Then we have serverless, which is Lambda. And for storage, we have S3 for object storage. We have EBS for block storage. And we have EFS for your file storage requirements. And then for databases, we discussed RDS for relational databases. We discussed DynamoDB for NoSQL databases. And we discussed Redshift for data warehousing workloads. All right, so that's quite an information overload, right? So yeah, before I proceed to security for identity and access management, let me have another Q&A break so that we let the topic sink in. Okay, so I'll go back to another question which I haven't answered earlier. So from Sir Kevin Jake asked, do we have a chance to have a region here in the Philippines? Sadly, I am not allowed to answer those types of questions because we don't commit to anything. So I cannot comment as well. But as of now, there are no announced roadmap on having a region yet in the Philippines. So I can only answer that. So all right, but that's a very interesting question. Which of the AWS services, sir, is similar to Docker and Kubernetes? So yeah, I believe I've answered it earlier, right? So Docker is your ECS, and actually your Kubernetes is your EKS accordingly. What can we exactly use S3, EBS, and EFS? Sir? So I believe I've already elaborated it earlier. So just to recap, S3 is your object storage. EBS is your block storage. And EFS is your file storage. DynamoDB is like MongoDB, sir. Yes, but MongoDB is also a NoSQL database, but it's a different technology. We also have a managed MongoDB offering, but yeah, it's similar, but it's not the same technology. Similar, but not the same. what is the advantage of having a region here in the Philippines? There are several advantages, right? So so this type of question, I believe I can answer. So if we have a region in the Philippines, definitely the services will be running closely in the Philippines. So if we run services such as databases and other services in the region in the Philippines, if if there's a region available, then it will be closer to the customers. There are several benefits, and especially in the public sector space, there are compliance regulations that requires data to reside in country. And if we have a region in the Philippines, we can comply to data residency requirements, but even if we're running services in the region. So yeah. Thank you. Very interesting questions. Okay. Cloudflare. I don't answer that. Fargate is like the person. Oh, looking at the time, I think I'm running out of time. So I'll quickly answer. Fargate is like Docker, sir. Not quite. So Fargate is the serverless option. So with ECS and EKS, you have two options to deploy the containers. You can either deploy the containers on EC2, so you still have an EC2 cluster that you manage, but with Fargate, AWS already manages the infrastructure for you. Docker container Kubernetes orchestration. Yep, thank you, sir. Which Amazon service is similar to Kubernetes or Docker Swarm? That's your EKS. And actually ECS is also similar to your Docker Swarm. So essentially we don't substitute Docker, essentially. So we manage the orchestration and the infrastructure for you with ECS and EKS. What is the difference between EBS and EFS? I believe I already answered. Can EBS be shared among several EC2 instances at the same time? Yes, EBS also supports multi-attach. You can look it up. I cannot elaborate that in this session, sadly. EBS is block storage. You need to provision a whole volume for it to be used. EBS can be shared for higher classes. Thank you. Thank you for answering questions as well, Sir Carlo. Very much appreciated. Does AWS have blockchain services? We have a blockchain service. Lightsail, we won't touch Lightsail, but yep, Lightsail is also a managed service. Can enter GraphQL. We have a managed graph. We have a graph database offering as well. I can share relevant links later. Right? Can I use services for free? Yes, we have a free tier. I will elaborate later about the free tier. Okay, I think that's enough. I need to press on. So just to check on time, I have only 20 minutes left, correct? Or how much time do I have? That question is for the panelists. And I'll get back to I'll answer the questions offline later since I don't have time anymore, sorry. Okay, I think they're out, but I think I only have 19 minutes. So IAM is our identity and access management. So it handles security, right? So you manage your users and their access in using IAM. You can manage roles and their permissions, manage federated users and their permissions. So that's basically anything related to access and identity. That's where IAM comes in. And with IAM, you always need to consider the principle of least privilege, right? The principle of least privilege. So it's applying zero trust model to your identity and access management. So what does it mean? This means that you should only provide permissions and access to the principals or to your users or to your roles or to your agents. That's enough for them to carry on with their tasks or with their job, right? So essentially, short of saying, don't provide access that's not needed by that specific entity. Right. So if that user doesn't need to have full EC2 access, don't provide it full EC2 access. If it only needs read access, just provide it read access. So that's the principle of least privilege. So what area customer wants to learn about on AWS? So this question, it really depends on your use case, right? But in this specific session, we're talking about full stack React applications. So with full stack, we're looking at DevOps and mobile services, and that's where Amplify will come in. Right. So, but before we proceed with Amplify, we'll have a quick icebreaker. So earlier, you guys are asking me questions. Now I get to ask you questions, right? So are you familiar with Kahoot? So we will play Kahoot. So you guys, I encourage you to join this game, right? So in order to play along, you just need to go to kahoot.it and enter this game pin. So the game pin is flashed in the screen, right? So go to kahoot.it and then just provide your names. Go guys, let's go. I'll send to kahoot.it. Let's go. Miss Darla, in terms of time, how much time do I have?
Sir, you are available until available to like, sir, pwede ang mga hanggang 9:30. So you have the floor until 9:30.
Oh, really? Okay, I still have time. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Do you need help for the for finding participants in Kahoot? Come on, guys, don't be shy. It's really an amazing icebreaker. Yeah. Very simple, yet very exciting. So come on, guys, you should really join. Oh, it's not working. I wonder why. Okay, okay, wait. So make sure you enter kahoot.it and then enter the code 300-1765. It's not working. Okay, let me try. Let me try for myself.
Yeah, let me fix that. Probably I configured it incorrectly. Wait.
3001 176. Oh yeah, it's not. Oh, maybe we need. Yeah, it's not working on my end also.
Okay, let me stop sharing for a bit and fix that quickly.
All right. How's everyone doing? Is everyone having a great time? Let's talk first. How's everyone doing? Oh, I'm so glad you guys are having fun. Great. Okay, so if you have any questions, just drop it on the chat. Hungry? Oh, I'm hungry as well. Hungry for AWS knowledge. Can't wait for Amplify. Oh, I can't wait for grab a snicker. Oh yeah. Chris said grab a snicker. Or take a break. Grab a Kit Kat. Charot. This is not sponsored by Kit Kat, by the way. I missed the face-to-face in Globe Tower. Is this like a kind of a face-to-face event? Because if it is, we truly miss face-to-face events, and we hope to see you guys soon in the face-to-face event. Hopefully I can be the host as well. Parinig. Charot. Okay, okay, so it's freebies as well. Sir Mark, mukhang nagpaparinig ka ha. Charot. Maybe we can have freebies, in the next kind of event, for like webinars or like, parang a meetup. But this is a bootcamp, so there's no freebies right now. Okay, do you have any questions while Sir Jasper is fixing the Kahoot.it? Maybe, sir, if the Kahoot.it is not working,
try this.
We can. Oh, there. Okay, guys. The code is. Okay, the code is 6912054. And in the meantime, guys, don't forget to join our hashtag contest mechanics. Yes, Sir Jasper.
It's working. Thank you. All
There
right.
you go. All right. Make sure, guys, please enter your name so we can recognize the winner. So enter your full name, please.
Do we have prizes?
Oh, there you go. For Mark, who's asking for freebies, maybe this is your time to shine. So guys, don't forget to enter your full name so we can recognize the winners. Alright, we have Marco Visaya, Carlo Jose, Nico, Gilbert Baltazar. Very nice to meet you all. Okay, so we have 49 players. I'm so excited. What room number again? Again, it's 691-2054.
Yes.
Okay. I was told to open my cam, even though I'm very haggard. Okay, Sir Jasper, is it okay if I join you in the, in the game, seeing who's the leader?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You can even play along as well.
Oh no, my gosh. I'm not good. So the key here in Kahoot. So we've been playing Kahoot in my class, in my online classes, and I always win, Char. The key here in Kahoot is you have to be the fastest one to click the correct answer. So besides choosing the correct answer, you have to be the first one to get the highest points. Very exciting. So we have 85 players. What's the limit of the numbers here, Sir Jasper?
I think we can accommodate everyone, but in the interest of time, we'll start at 8:20 my time.
Okay,
so we only have
1 minute.
Less than.
Okay,
Let's go, guys.
Come on, guys, don't be shy. Again, we really highly encourage you guys to use your full name or name just so we can recognize you. Okay, we have Charles B, Bri, Lorenzo, Mikai, Gerard, Astrid. Really nice to meet you all.
Oh, 91. All right. We're almost there. 8:20. We'll start at 8:20 sharp. So sorry if you won't be able to join. I'll start at 8:20. So you guys join.
Okay, 1 minute. Oh, there you go. It's 8:20.
Sorry. All right.
Okay, for those who want
Good luck. Good luck.
You can chat your answers just to, join the game. So it's fun. Okay, first question out of 11. Is it true or false?
Let's go. I think we have a competitive bunch, huh?
Yeah, there's so many answers in such a short time.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, we have 10 seconds left.
Whoa!
Correct answer is true.
Of course, it's true, right? Yeah, you can provision within minutes. Okay, next question. Top of the leaderboard, Aki.
Nice one, Aki. Keep it going. All right.
Yep, very close fight. Carlo, Steph, ML, and Dran Reb. You can still catch up. Let's go. Question. True or false?
One here has the correct answer.
Oh, of course it's true. Let's use the leaderboard. Still Aki. All right, and we have a new podium finisher. Let's go. Next one. By the way, these are not all true or false. I don't know why the true or false questions are.
First ones.
Yeah. Go, guys. I think the winner will receive a t-shirt, right? From the organizers. Just
Oh
kidding.
my! Dapat nag-join ako. I want that shirt.
Oh, we have a new top one. It's Carlo Capio, but Aki is still in the podium finish. We have new one in. Let's go. Multi-select. Benefits of using the cloud. So again, these are multiple answers. Then after you're sure about your answer, you click submit. What are the benefits of the cloud? All right, that's it. Yep, these three, right? Dexterity, I don't know, that's a game game attribute, I guess. Who's the leader? Oh, we have Aki is back. Okay, Aki is back at the top. Test. Ooh, all of the podium finishers are substituted with new players. Okay, let's go. We have more questions. So don't worry. This is a building where the servers are deployed. There's only one answer. Go. All right. Okay, and the answer is data center. Oh no. Yeah, server room is quite close, but it says building. So yeah. Who's the leader? Ooh, test overtook Aki. Let's go, let's go. Next question. Blank are comprised of multiple availability zones for high availability, high scalability, and high fault tolerance. What is it? Blank are comprised of multiple availability zones for high availability, high scalability, and high fault tolerance. Three, two, one. And of course, it's the region. Who's the leading? Okay, Jonathan. Okay, Aki is still there. Test. You can still catch up. Very close fight, guys. Multi-select. Again, there are multiple answers here. Select all the answers and then click submit afterwards. Which of the following services are related to computing? Computing in AWS. Oh, you guys took time answering. Oh, only 2. Come on, let's go. Okay, 35 answers. 5 seconds to go. You need to click submit. Again, this is multi-select. You need to click submit afterwards. Okay. Yep. EC2, which is our server offering, and Lambda. Okay, I had to disable my video. I'm back. Checking. Am I back? Okay, cool. Who's the leader? Test is back in the lead. Oh, and everyone was substituted, and congrats for Jan Verueco, 3 in a row. Okay, good job. Next question. This means that every principal should only have the minimal permissions necessary to accomplish the function. What is this? Key in your answers. 3 seconds. Okay, yep, it's the principle of least privilege, right? So you only provide access to entities or principals that they really need, right? So if they don't need that access, if they don't need that permission, don't provide it. So that's the principle of least privilege. Still Test is in the lead, and Pawi, whoa, 8 correct answers in a row. Good job, you're on fire. Okay, next question. Which of the following services? This is multi-select database on AWS. Select your answers and then click submit. Database on AWS. Oh, sadly, for the players that got disconnected, I believe you should be able to reconnect as long as you're using the same nickname. Try to reconnect using the same nickname, but if not, that's too bad. Okay, RDS again is our relational database service for relational databases. DynamoDB is a service that offers NoSQL database, and someone raised it earlier that MongoDB does that as well. Yes, that is correct. But DynamoDB is our single digit millisecond and highly scalable, and it scales up to trillions of requests per day. Okay. Now, okay, Test is still in the lead. But Chris Casedo, Pawi, and Dranreb, Serene, you still can catch up. I think this is the last question. Which of the following services are related to storage? Multi-select again. Select your answers and then click submit. Storage on AWS. Storage on AWS. Go, guys. Cool, yeah. I think majority of you are either listening or you really have prior AWS knowledge already. Yep, of course, storage offerings. S3 is our object storage, and EBS is our block storage. So this is just a quick poll so that I have an idea. So this is not a scored question. This is just a poll. So I just want to know who has prior coding experience, right? So I just want to see the demographics of the audience, of the attendees, so that I can adjust accordingly how technical or less technical my session will be later when we will discuss about Amplify, AWS Amplify. Again, so this doesn't have a correct answer. This is just a quick poll so that I have an idea on, So I want to sort art here, but no coding experience, but can operate Jenkins. Oh, cool. Nice to know, Sir Mark, Samuel, and I think even with your background, you can still develop using Amplify. Okay, so 43%, cool. So it's safe to say that majority of the at least on the ones that have responded here are quite familiar with React already, which is cool. 34% I've heard of it but never tried it. Okay, so still a significant percentage. No coding experience is first time here. Okay, so I'm sorry for the 43% that have tried it, but I have to adjust the session later to cater for majority. So I think majority are no coding and never tried it. So yep. Okay, good to know. Now, who's the winner? Who's the winner? Drum roll, please. Third, Paui. Congrats. Second, Chris Casedo. And our winner, Test. Woo! Congratulations. Runners up, Dranrev and Serene. So do they have prizes? I don't want to put the organizers in the spotlight, but you know, if you want to get the names of the top 3 winners, then you can take note of the winners and then coordinate with them afterwards. So our winner was Test, second was Sir Chris Casedo, third was Paui. All right, so I hope that icebreaker helped you, because I would expect that many of you are quite sleepy right now because of the information overload earlier, and this is just to break the ice, because we will go into more technical stuff later. Okay, that's it for the Kahoot game. Difficult question. So which of the following services are related to computing services? Oh yeah, only 5% of you got that. Okay, so yeah, that's enough icebreaker for now. And who's Test? Yeah, Test, whoever you are, please message the host and panelists if so that you can claim your prize. And hopefully for the other participants, you are honest enough not to claim that you are Test. Okay, so Test, you can message the panelist in the chat that you are Test so that you can claim your prize. Probably there's a prize because the team is asking who's Test. Okay. I hope that woke us up for this next session. So now this is the meat of the topic, right? Full stack development using AWS Amplify. So yeah, so AWS Amplify is a set of purpose-built tools and features that lets front-end and full-stack web and mobile developers quickly build feature-rich full-stack applications on AWS. So it provides the flexibility to leverage the breadth of the AWS services that I have discussed earlier as their use cases evolve. So with AWS Amplify, developers can configure a web or mobile app backend visually and build a web front-end UI and connect the two together. So integrate the front-end to the backend and easily manage app content outside the AWS console. So developers and teams are able to ship faster and scale effortlessly without deep cloud expertise. So I cannot stress how big of a deal this service is, because to give you an idea for the non-developers out there, right? So if you are a web or front-end developer, it's quite challenging for you to create the back-end services. Let's say, for example, you need authentication, or you need a database, you need other back-end intelligence or back-end APIs, right? If you're a front-end developer, it's quite a challenge because it's not your forte. But if you're a full stack developer, then it's quite burdensome to set up both the back end and the front end yourself, right? So it's easier to focus on one. And with AWS Amplify, it actually empowers front end developers and full stack web and mobile developers to be able to ship a fully running application, even the back end, themselves, right? So through the rich libraries and features that we will dive deep later. So Amplify supports the following web frameworks and mobile platforms. So for web, it supports JavaScript, React, Angular, Vue, and Next.js. And quite for the mobile platforms, it supports Android, iOS, React Native, Ionic, and quite recently, Flutter. So there are several benefits, right? And we will dive deep on its benefits later. So yeah, so one of the benefits of using Amplify is you were able to get to market faster. So when we say get to market faster, it basically just means that you are able to create a fully running application that you can already publish publicly for public consumption the fastest, right? And if you have experience developing your own application, your mobile application or your web application, it's quite a challenge to have a full production scale, right? Because traditionally you need to maintain the servers and you need to plan how big your resources will be to anticipate, how many users am I anticipating in the first year, in the second year, and the third year. And it has so much planning involved in it. But with AWS Amplify, you can get to market faster because you can just focus on your code, even front-end code. And then with the infrastructure is already handled for you, right? So with that, you can focus on innovation. So companies or developers like you can focus on your code itself, right? You can focus on the UI, on the user experience, rather than on the undifferentiated heavy lifting of setting up your own back-end service, setting up your servers, and the ensuring high availability, securing it, right? So you can focus on innovation. Then scale. This is one of the key benefits of Amplify. You are able to scale automatically globally, and it's reliable and secure and scalable because it's serverless, right? So as I've detailed out what a serverless offering is, and it's extensible. So you can with Amplify, you can easily leverage the breadth and depth of the 200 plus services that AWS offers, right? So with Amplify and other AWS front-end web and mobile tools, such as, Device Farm, you can use Device Farm. So Device Farm is our service that allows you to test your application into multiple mobile devices. Because as you know, especially with Android, right, you have so many mobile devices. You have Android, that's for Samsung, Android for Huawei, for other developers, and all of these Android operating systems has different flavors as well, and it can be a challenge to test it in all of them. And with Device Farm, you can easily test them into multiple devices simultaneously. So let's dive in, right? On a high level, AWS Amplify provides a set of features and tools and services built to meet the developers where they are, right? So Amplify is a set of purpose-built tools and features that allow the front-end and full-stack web and mobile developers to build and host feature-rich, extensible applications on AWS, while providing the flexibility to use the other AWS services, right? So first component of Amplify is the Amplify libraries. So front-end developers can use Amplify libraries that are purpose-built for interacting with AWS services. So with these libraries, it's already abstracted, and the libraries are in the form of SDKs, so software development kits, wherein interacting with AWS services can be as simple as a single function from the libraries itself. And with React Native apps, your front-end components are already integrated with the back-end components. And later, I will demonstrate what do I mean by this, right? The front-end and the back-end are already easily packaged all together. So I will walk you through later in the demonstration for a very simple workflow, right? And we'll deploy a React full stack application. And so that's for the libraries, right? So that's focused on the development itself. And after you're done with your development, you can easily host it, right? So you can push it to an infrastructure that can support traffic. So with Amplify's hosting, it is a managed continuous integration and continuous development, or CI/CD pipeline and hosting service for modern web apps and hundreds of points of presence globally. So it's already integrated with CloudFront. So it already you can already leverage on global caching using CloudFront, and it's reliable static and server-side rendered applications that scale with your business, right? So it's serverless. So you don't need to manage servers, and it already has a CI/CD pipeline. So later I already have a pre-built setup, but tomorrow you will also you'll get to try it yourself tomorrow, right? But right now I'll just show you a sneak peek. So if this is a cooking show, I'll show you some of the pre-made ones already, but tomorrow you will get your hands dirty and get to try deploying it yourself. So it already has a CI/CD pipeline with tons of automation in it, right? And Amplify hosting supports modern web frameworks as mentioned earlier. So React. So right now for the lab tomorrow, I think we'll focus on React full stack application. But Amplify also supports Angular, Vue, Next.js, Gatsby, Hugo, Jekyll, and more. And we have Amplify Studio. So what's this Amplify Studio, right? So Amplify Studio is an abstraction layer on top of the Amplify CLI. So if CLI is a command line interface, so let me show you quickly what CLI is. So this is not yet the demo, right? But yeah, CLI is when you see these things. So Amplify status. So this is the Amplify CLI. So you are interacting with Amplify through the command line interface. So when we say command line interface, this is it. You provide commands using the terminal. So we call this terminal for those of you who are unfamiliar. So for those of you who have coding experience, please bear with me. So yep, this is CLI, right? So you have your commands here and you enter it in the terminal. So yeah, so this is CLI, but as you can see, it's not that user-friendly, especially for first-time developers, such as majority of the attendees right now. So for that, we have Amplify Studio. So with Amplify Studio, you can interact with Amplify using a visual development environment. So later, I will demonstrate to you how to deploy using Amplify Studio, a backend. So later, we will deploy a backend service. We'll also deploy the front-end components, and I'll show you how easy it is to deploy the backend and deploy a full stack application using Amplify. So Amplify Studio enables you to interact with it using a visual development environment. So using your mouse to point and click, right? You can also create custom UI components and connect a UI to the app backend with minimal coding. So yeah, it's leveraging the console, through Amplify Studio to be able to do these things. And you can also import your own user experience designs, right? Using Figma. So if you're familiar with Figma, so Figma is like a tool where you design your application, the look and feel of your application, right? But Figma doesn't have any code in it. So it's just purely visual. So you can imagine it's like just creating pictures. So if you have your web application in the Figma, you can create pictures and images on how your application, your web application or your mobile application will look like. You can design that in Figma, but using Amplify Studio, you can actually integrate Figma so that you can already create the UI components so that you can integrate it with code. So it makes development a lot more easier for front-end developers. So yeah, so Amplify CLI is the command line interface in interfacing Amplify. So I will also demonstrate later how to use an example on using the Amplify CLI. So yeah, so this is the life cycle, a typical life cycle of Amplify. Right, so you start with a build. So we have designed AWS Amplify, so it's a full featured solution across the app development lifecycle. So it has features and solutions throughout the cycle, starting from build to test to deploy, even in engaging your actual users and measuring the success of your application. So we know app developers have intense pressure to get to market and keeping their velocity high. So this is, I think, for our professionals here that are developers, you can relate to this, right? So with app developers, the pressure is high, so that you ship your application as fast as you can. So you need to be shipping out features, shipping out upgrades, shipping out new capabilities as fast as you can, especially if you're adopting the agile methodology. Now, our goal is to make it quick and easy to incorporate a range of proven services into your application at each stage of the development lifecycle. So, yep. So starting with the build, right? So with the building phase, Amplify includes libraries, as I mentioned earlier. It also has front-end UI components. So for those of you who are not familiar with React, there are objects, front-end objects that we call components. And these components have back-end integration or capabilities. And traditionally, you will develop these components yourselves. But with Amplify, we already have pre-built front-end UI components. And Amplify also makes it easy for you to create your own components through Figma. And Amplify CLI that integrates with the backend with the most popular frameworks for building native, hybrid, and web and progressive web applications, or PWA. So I've mentioned earlier what this is. So we have the React Native, React, Angular, Vue, and Ionic, and other JavaScript or JS frameworks and tools. And for testing, I've mentioned earlier Device Farm. So Device Farm enables developers and quality assurance or QA testers to perform manual and automated tests on real devices. So Device Farm runs your application, your mobile application or web application across real devices and browsers in the cloud. So if you're developing web applications, right, you need to ensure that you are running smoothly on Firefox, running smoothly on Chrome, and if you want to cater for iOS, you need to also ensure that you're running smoothly on Safari, right? And with Device Farm, it allows you to test your application across several browsers in the cloud. And with deployment and hosting, so Amplify has, as mentioned earlier, a CI/CD capability. So when we say CI/CD, it's a continuous integration and continuous deployment. So it's a process of, it's a combination of process and tools that ensures that, for every code change that you commit, your code is directly deployed onto the environment automatically for testing. And that speeds up the development process. The deploying to host. And traditionally, in order to deploy to the host, you need to build it. You need to have configurations and stuff like that. But with Amplify, you can incorporate automation in it because it has a built-in CI/CD capability. So deploying and hosting through Amplify makes it easier. And it's fully managed. Again, it's serverless, so you don't need to manage any infrastructure. And lastly, if you want to engage and measure the success of your application, right? We have multiple channels to push SMS, email, and voice. So we have several services for that, and that's powered by Pinpoint. So Pinpoint is a separate service, but it's directly integrated with Amplify, which offers mobile and web analytics, multi-channel messaging, and marketing campaigns for growth and retention. So Amplify also has those for you to push to your customers. And once you gather enough feedback, then that starts off a new cycle of build. So you adjust accordingly. You see the analytics, you see the click rate, the click through, and then you conclude, okay, I need to build new features, I need to adjust this and that, then test it, and then deploy and push it again, and then it's a cycle, right? And with this, that's your app that's your typical app development life cycle, and Amplify makes it a lot easier for customers. So AWS Amplify. So on how build in Amplify, right? And later we'll have a short demo as well. So you can use either Amplify Studio to build your backend flows, right? And Amplify. Oh. Hello. It says that I was disconnected. Okay, I think I'm back. Yeah, so I was saying. Hello. Yep. Is it more stable now? Okay, cool. Yeah, so as I was saying, so building in Amplify, you have two options, either Amplify Studio or Amplify CLI. So with Amplify Studio, you can have a visual interface for your backend setup. And later, I show you the features that are available out of the box for your backend integration. And Amplify CLI. So some of the more technical developers would prefer CLI approach or a command line, because for some developers, they are faster using CLI. And the good thing with CLI is you can also create scripts to automate some of the processes. So Amplify also has a CLI toolchain that you can leverage. And yeah, so in terms of features out of the box that's available, you can already set up authentication without coding anything. You just leverage Amplify's authentication mechanism. You already have a data store, so you don't need to create your own database. If you need object storage, Amplify also has that feature already. And if you need APIs, both GraphQL and REST APIs are supported. Functions, you can create your own custom functions. Geo, so if you have any workflows that requires location related to location, we have that feature as well. Analytics, for any applications that you want to deploy an analytics functionality. Predictions for AI. So we Amplify predictions are directly integrated with our AI and ML services, such as Amazon TextTrack, which is our AI capability that automatically converts photo and it extracts the text. So basically it's an OCR application, and other AI and ML features as well. So that's supported. Interactions, so as mentioned, engaging with your customers. very similar with notification, so you can push marketing campaigns. And it's also extensible. So if you think these features are not enough for your use case, you can extend it for your own use case. So with this, right, so you have several benefits for building with Amplify. So for the developer requirements, you're more agile because you can focus on your code. You don't need to do the undifferentiated heavy lifting of provisioning and maintaining infrastructure. And not only that, even the back-end development is some level of back-end development has been done for you. Yep. And innovation and differentiation, of course, that's an offshoot benefit, since you have more resources that you can focus on your mission, on what differentiates your company, on if you have a startup idea, right? So if you have an idea right now as a student or as a young professional that you want to ship out, you want to test out, like, oh, I have an idea for this app, I have an idea for this or that. You don't need to invest in a data center, in servers. You don't even need to, if you're a front-end developer, you don't even need to hire a back-end developer or become a back-end developer yourself, because using the Amplify toolchain, you can do so much with just your front-end skills. Production grade and flexible, because of all of the automation and hosting with the CI/CD workflows built in. Then you leverage a production grade and flexible deployment. Front-end solutions, it's easy to use. I'll demonstrate that later. Comprehensive. It's intuitive to use, especially the Amplify Studios. It's just point and click, and it's scalable. So the front end hosting is scalable since it's leveraging the global infrastructure of AWS, such as CloudFront and S3 and other infrastructure that are highly scalable for your static web applications. So yeah, so these are the features that are available out of the box that you don't need to code yourself, right? So I've already enumerated these earlier. So again, authentications. This is integrating sign in and sign up functionality to your application. And actually later, we will be focusing on authentication later. And you will be doing this tomorrow as well. And I believe you'll be doing API, you'll be using API and data store as well as storage tomorrow. So you'll be using some of these things on the labs, but you get to do that tomorrow. So data store, so persistent storage. So this is basically the database of your application. APIs, this is how you intake your front end interfaces with your code. Analytics, you can track user sessions, you can add custom user attributes, and metrics to measure the performance of your application, click-through rates and stuff like that. So that's for analytics. Geo, you can have location-aware features and maps powered by Amazon location services. Interactions, so you can have conversational bots powered by our deep learning technologies. Predictions, as I mentioned, AI and ML capabilities. PubSub, so you can connect your app to message-oriented middleware on the cloud. So this is a publish and subscribe architecture. Notifications, this is to push your campaigns, and you can have targeted campaigns as well to your users. Storage, this is more for user content. So you can think of storage here as pertaining to object storage. So your photos and your videos. Data store here is pertaining to your database. Right? Augmented, so AR, VR. So that's your XR. So work with augmented reality and virtual reality. So, and it is extensible, right? You get to expand these functionalities if these are not enough. Right? So some of the use cases to provide you with examples. So yeah, so one use case is if you need big data and personalization. So you need to securely manage content, and you need to engage with users through campaigns. So you chat, you have a location and user-based notifications. Then you can leverage Amplify's features. So the features that you would need is, of course, you would need authentication, since it's a securely managed content. So you don't provide access to content without the user logging in. So authentication would be important for that. UI components, because of the campaigns and the chat and user-based notifications. Of course, you would need the UI components for that. Analytics, interactions, notifications, API, and data store. So you can think of the developing in Amplify. It's like you're developing using a modular approach. So you get to pick and choose which features does your app need, and you just leverage that feature. Another use case, just to provide you with another example, right? You have a multi-device and multi-medium real-time updates and data, and you need low latency and high availability. Then for that, you just need at least an API for the updates for your data, a data store where your data can be stored with structure. Then since it needs low latency and high availability, then you leverage global web hosting. And lastly, AI and ML, right? So if you need to use translation, so if you have an application that you want to translate from one language to another, then you can use predictions, and you can use Amazon Translate, and then with APIs, so that you interact with it through APIs, and again data store. So it's like a modular approach to development. Another example: prediction, transcription, speed generation from text. So you get the idea, right? So it depends on your use case. You get to pick and choose which features you would need. And later in the demo, I will show you how easy it is to leverage these features, and how do you develop your own application, and how do you push it, how do you leverage the CI/CD. So I think you'll get more clarity in the demo later. But for now, think of it as you have Amplify features that you get to leverage, and depending on your use case, you can pick and choose which back-end features do you need in your application, and you set it up. And in setting up your Amplify features, you have two options. You can either set it up using Amplify CLI, or the command line interface, the one that I showed you earlier, where you type in a terminal, or you can use Amplify Studio. I will also show you later how to deploy in Amplify Studio. So yeah, so in leveraging Amplify libraries, pretty much the benefits are the same with Amplify in general, but so you still leverage agility, innovation, and differentiation, product grade and flexible. And here, the main benefit for the Amplify libraries is that it's built for front-end developers. So developers that are familiar with React Native, with Angular, right? So it's built for those developers that are familiar with front-end and lacks the back-end skills. So now we go to hosting. So after you've developed your code, now how do you deploy it? How do you host it? How do you push it to your users? How do you make it accessible to your users? You leverage Amplify's hosting. So it's a managed hosting and full stack deployment with CI/CD. So the Amplify's hosting is already integrated with its CI/CD. So with Amplify hosting, you can manage your own CI/CD pipeline and hosting service. So it offers hundreds of points of presence globally. So it leverages CloudFront and for fast and secure, reliable, static and server-side rendered applications that can scale. So continuous deployment allows developers to deploy updates to their web app on every code commit. So this is where the CI/CD pipeline comes in. So the built-in CI/CD pipeline for Amplify works like this. You have your code deployed in a specific repository. You have code changes. Once you push those changes to that repository, Amplify will detect that there's a Amplify will automatically get your code, compile it, and build it, and then deploy it to your hosting infrastructure. Then it's automatically pushed to that environment. So later we will see how it's done. Right. So yeah, so these are the features of hosting. So web hosting, it's fully managed. Again, you don't need to manage any servers. Easy custom domain setup. So I'll send you later the sample full stack Amplify application that you will be developing tomorrow, that I have done ahead of time as well. Then full stack continuous deployment. So both Amplify CLI and admin UI generate infrastructure as code. So when we talk about infrastructure as code, this is the ability to deploy infrastructure services using code. And with AWS, our infrastructure as code service is CloudFormation. So I will also show you later what's this CloudFormation. But Amplify is fully integrated with CloudFormation. And you can deploy via CLI or via the console. So yeah, so you connect your backend with UI components and libraries. So these UI components and libraries are already available for you. You don't need to create your own components, but you can expand them because they're extensible. And these components and libraries are available in Android, iOS, React Native, Ionic, Flutter quite recently. And your front end frameworks that are supported are your JavaScript, React, Angular, Vue. So to provide you an example, right? So this is what a React UI component is. So in this example, we have the Amplify sign out and Amplify authenticator components. So this is what it looks like. So I have this Amplify authenticator component. So if you're familiar with the HTML construct, right? So this is your Amplify authenticator component. And within that component, you have the sign out component. And with this simple front end code, right? So it's just purely front end, right? So with React, the back end features or the back end functionalities are already baked into the component. So by adding this line code, Amplify authenticator, Amplify sign out, and by setting up the authentication feature in your backend, either using Amplify Studio or Amplify CLI, after you deploy your application, you already have a fully functioning sign up and sign in workflow. That's it. So you just need to deploy your authentication backend feature. Then you need to update your front end code. After you deploy, you already have a sign up and sign in. And later, this is exactly what we're going to do in the demo. You don't need to code any other sign up and sign in logic. So yeah, so Amplify web app hosting. So with the continuous deployment, it allows developers to deploy updates in their web app for every code commit, as I've mentioned earlier. So how does it work? So first, you need to connect to your repository. So again, a repository is where you store your code. Typically, the most common code repository is GitHub, right? You also have Bitbucket and GitLab, and AWS actually has a code repository service as well, which is called Code Commit. So first step for your web app hosting is you just need to connect to your repository. This enables Amplify to automatically pull your code from your repository once it detects changes. Then you configure your build settings. So for those of you who haven't tried developing your own application yet, especially your React application, after you have coded your application, you need to build it. Basically, you compile it, right? You build it, you compile it, so it installs all of the necessary prerequisites, all of the other libraries and modules. And once you've built it, that's the time you can deploy it to your server. That's in the traditional sense. But with Amplify web app hosting, you just need to define your build settings. And then for any code commit or for any commit or any changes that you push to your repository, Amplify will automatically build your code and then push it to your web hosting. And later we will see how it happens, right? And there are several benefits for using this web hosting, right? So it's globally available. You get to leverage the AWS global infrastructure, specifically the points of presences or the POPs. As you would have known now, it's leveraging CloudFront. It's easy to set up your own domain, so you can set up your own domain as well. I will not be showing you how to do it, but it's very easy. It's just a few clicks, right? And you can integrate your domain in your application already. Simplified continuous workflow. I've already described this earlier. You connect your repository, you define your build configuration, and then once you commit changes, it will automatically build and deploy it to your Amplify hosting. It supports feature branch deployment. So if you're familiar with Git flow, so it supports branching. And atomic deployment. So what does atomic deployment mean? So atomic meaning, let's say for example, if you have a code change and then you committed it, right? And it will pull your code, it will build, and it encountered an error while building. Atomic means that failed deployment will not affect your previous deployment. So since it failed here, it will not continue to push it to your existing deployment. So that's how atomic deployments work. And it's password protected. So it's secure. So yeah, so this is what it looks like, right? So after you have pushed your changes in your repository, Amplify will detect it. Once it detects it, it will provision your resources. And then it will build your code. And then it will deploy that. And it also has a verification stage. So you can configure these stages for automation. And that's it. Benefits: rapid deployment, secure and reliable. You get to leverage CI/CD workflows. It's quite comprehensive. I'll show you later. And global availability, since you're leveraging the global infrastructure of AWS. Amplify Studio. So we'll look at what it looks like. So as I discussed earlier, Amplify Studio provides a web-based visual interface that lets developers configure and maintain their app backend and create a front-end UI outside the AWS Management Console. So Studio builds on existing backend building capabilities. So I have the backend capabilities I have enumerated earlier, right? So the authentication, the analytics, predictions. So Studio leverages those. So later we will see that. And then it will allow developers to build their UIs faster with a set of ready-to-use UI components that are editable in Figma. So it has Figma integration. So I think I can show that later as well if we have time. So with Studio, the developers can quickly build an entire web application front to back. So from front end with the back end with very minimal coding, while still maintaining full control over their application design and behavior through code. Yeah. So this allows developers to use Amplify Studio's visual interface easily to configure their backend data model. So later, I will show you how easy it is to configure the authentication. Yep. So yeah, so this is how it works with Figma. So you choose dozens of components, you import those designs from Figma, and after integrating it with Amplify Studio, you can create your own custom components. So we will not be able to do this today, but I'll show you how easy it is. Right. So yeah, so this is how it looks like. So this is the Amplify Studio, and these are your backend capabilities enumerated here, right? So you have your data store, authentication, function, storage, API. So you click that feature and then you configure it here visually. So you don't need to code anything, right? So you add a model, you create relationships. So basically you're defining your database visually using the Amplify Studio. But if you're more familiar with the command line interface, you can do that as well using CLI. So yeah, so this is an example of how you configure your UI components. So this is the Figma logo here. So you have so these are pictures that you create in Figma. You integrate it in Amplify Studio. Then you can create UI components. So once you create UI components, you can use them in your code. So in this case, in this example, right? So it's creating the card component. And you can define the functionality of your component here visually, your properties, stuff like that. And then integrating it in your web application, you can just import it as a component and then just use it right away. So similar to the example earlier, right? So it's just similar. It's like defining an HTML element that's already a working component. So it makes developing apps quite easy in a way. Yeah. So you import component designs from Figma, you work seamlessly with UX designers, and then you can convert it to React components. So I already showed you can model app and data relationships using the Amplify Studio. You can set up authentication, which is another feature. Later we will do this, right? So it's that easy that I can fit this in a very short demo. So we'll see that later. So manage app content and users with Amplify Studio. So you can also manage the users, right? So as part of the authentication feature, once the users are authenticated, you can manage users through the studio. So you can add or delete users, you can disable users, you can even add users using the studio so that they can log in. So it makes management easy, right? So it's accessible outside AWS console. You can share access with non-developers, right? And content management functionality with rich text support and user and group management. So in your application, once users sign up, you can assign them into groups to manage the in-application workflows. As I mentioned, it's extensible. So if you see that the features that are already available in Amplify are not enough for your use case, you can easily extend those using CDK to override and add or you can use CLI. Yep. So it's extensible, right? So even though there are out-of-the-box features available, you can still do custom yourself. Benefits, flexibility, fully scalable. It's literally an end-to-end solution, right? Easy back-end configuration. I think I'm repeating myself here, but majority of the things that I'm discussing here will make more sense later once we go to the demo. We have several custom use cases and versatile deployment. Yeah, so now there are so many features here. We cannot dive deep into all of them. So as I've discussed earlier, I just focus on authentication. So yeah, so diving deep into the auth capability. So what's in the auth capability, right? So it's a drop-in UI component, which means that the components are usable out of the box, right? So you just literally add the component in your app.js code in your React application, then it's already there. You can already use the authentication. It's secure and scalable, and it's flexible and customizable, and it even supports multi-factor authentication. So multi-factor meaning, if after you log in, you still need to input a secure code that will be sent via text or via email. So multi-factor authentication is already supported as well. So it's out of the box. Even social login functionality, FB, Google, or Amazon are supported already. And so back end, right? The authentication of the users are powered by Cognito. So AWS Cognito is a separate service, but it's tightly integrated with AWS Amplify that you don't need to configure Cognito. But later I will show you these things, right? How Amplify manages all of these things. You can see them in action. You can even have a custom auth flow. So let's say, for example, you want to add CAPTCHA to ensure that the user signing up are humans. You can do that as well. So as discussed, it's powered by Cognito. Benefits of Cognito are it's secure and scalable user directory. It has a wide enterprise and social identity federation support. It's based on standard authentication protocols and processes, supports MFA, and fully encrypted. And you can use Cognito to protect or to control access control to other services. Let's say, for example, if your application integrates with S3, you can control the access using Cognito. But in this case, you don't need to configure Cognito itself. You can do it through AWS Amplify. So again, this is pertaining to the principle of least privilege, right? So if your application doesn't need a full S3 access, then you just control it on what your application needs. So when we talk about Cognito, we're talking about two concepts here: user pools. So when we say user pools, the users are signing up directly to your application. So your users are registered directly to your application. So they have a separate credentials that Cognito maintains. With identity pools, this one, the device, it supports unauthenticated users for identity pools. So it supports users that doesn't maintain your credentials here. So this is relevant for federated access. So let's say, for example, if you connect it with your socials, right? If you connect it with Facebook or Google, the password for the users are not stored in your application. It's stored on the third-party integration. Okay, that's it. So we have reached the demo. All right. So in my environment, so in order for you to develop, right, in Amplify, you need a development environment. And typically, developers have their own laptops. Then they install the relevant software, such as React, you install there your applications, right? But in my case, I did not do that in my local environment. I used AWS Cloud9. So with Cloud9, these things are already pre-installed. Well, I still need to install Amplify, but majority of the things that that a developer typically needs is already installed in Amplify. That's why I'm leveraging Amplify. So just to show you here, I have my React application here, Amplify app. Let me just increase the font size here so that you see it. Right. User settings. Font. Give me a minute. Project settings. User settings general. There we go. Font size. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. So yep. So this is my Cloud9, and my code is basically my React application is deployed here. So I just initiated it here. So tomorrow you will do this as well. So if you do so by the way, I'm using the CLI here. So if you do npx create React app Amplify app, it will create a default Amplify application. So it's an empty React application. So that's exactly what I have here. So if I do npm start, it will run my blank application here in my Cloud9 instance. So it's running locally. So I can preview that by preview running application here. And as you can see here. So yep. So this is what an empty React application looks like. So this is your default React application. Right. And what I did was I deployed that into Amplify. So using the console, you can create your own Amplify application. And what I did was I connected this to my Git account, so that I'll be able to deploy it. And then once I have deployed it, I also integrated my own domain here. So Amplify auth. So this is my own custom domain, and actually I'll share this in the chat so that you get to see the application as well. So this is just an empty application, right? Empty React application. Now, I've discussed authentication. So we want to deploy auth. So in order to do that, typically you need to have the auth backend functionality as well as add in the front end code and then deploy that. So what I'll do, so first I'll configure the backend part. So how do I do that? I'm going to use the Amplify Studio. So I'm already here inside Amplify Studio. So as I mentioned earlier, these are the features that in the backend that's available. So you have data, authentication, storage. So if you look at data, you can create your models here. You can create your fields. your columns. Then authentication, this is what we're going to do now. Storage, so file storage, you can set up object storage here. So this is the back end is powered by S3. Again, that's object storage. You can create custom functions here. Yep, GraphQL API, REST API, analytics. So I can do that via front end, right? Via point and click. And what we're going to do now, we're going to add login and sign up functionality. So in this case, there are 3 steps. So first step, add login mechanism. So at least one select among email, username, or phone is required. So basically, this is how your users are going to log in. So it says email here. I don't want email. I want to use username. So I removed email and I add username. So that's it. So that's for username login. And if I want to add a login mechanism, so I can add Facebook, Google, or sign in with Apple. So that's out of the box integration already. I can even add multi-factor authentication, but I'm not going to do that here. I can add attributes. So if I want to gather more information about the customer, but in my case, I'm not interested on that. I can change the password policy. Right, so I don't want to use uppercase character. Of course, if you want to be more secure, but for demo purposes, I'm gonna remove the uppercase character restriction. And then verification. So this is during sign up, your customers need to verify themselves, right? And in my case, I want the verification to use email. Email subject, I can change that. So let me say AngelHack X Siklab session verification code. So that's the email subject, and then your awesome verification code is, by the way, I intended to do the awesome as AWS, so please ignore the spell check. And that's it, right? And that's my backend authentication. I just click deploy, confirm deployment, and I'll just wait for it to get deployed. So it will take some time to deploy the backend things. So yeah, while waiting for that to deploy, I just like a cooking show, right? I already created a separate application that's already working. So this, I would assume this application will be the one you will be deploying tomorrow. So I shared the link there. So if you want to log in, you just create an account. You just provide a working email address, then confirm. Then after signing up, you can log in. So after you log in, so this is what you will see. So this is a separate application, right? There you go. So it's just a simple notes application. So you can delete this note. You can add your own note. So you just need to provide the note name, description. Then you can even add pictures to it, right? So in my case, let me add the virtual background and click create note. Then there we go. You should be able to do that. So if you this is the application that you will be doing tomorrow, I think, if they won't change that. So yeah, so you can play around with it while waiting for our backend deployment. So again, in order for our, so we have two applications. I provided you two applications, right? The first application that I sent you is the amplify-auth.demo.jasperdm.people.aws.dev. So this application right now is still an empty React application. So it does nothing. And what we did right now is we added back-end functionality for authentication. And once this is deployed, I will show you later how to add the front-end authentication, how easy it is to add that in the front end, and you'll get to test it as well. Okay. So this will take some time. Yeah, in my experience, the auth will take around 7 minutes. So while waiting, how about I go through your questions? Or while I'm going through your questions, you can also play around the notes application that you will be doing tomorrow. Okay, question.
All right, sir. So we have a few questions on our question and answer tab. Allow me to read it for you. So let's first tackle those who are, ask questions on the tab. So first is from an anonymous attendee. Can I use those services for free? I want to try and learn using it hands-on without worrying about the cost.
Yeah, so I will elaborate later about AWS free tier, right? But for AWS free tier, there are services that are part of the free tier, although not all of the service. But for this one, for AWS Amplify, there are parts of Amplify that are part of the free tier. But I cannot guarantee that while trying these labs, all of the services that you will be using will be part of the free tier. But anyway, what I can guarantee is that these services are pay for what you use, and essentially they we can look into the pricing later as well for Amplify, and it's very low cost. But we have a hashtag contest, right? And definitely that $20 credit will fit, will definitely fit. Although you need to ensure that you clean up the resources accordingly if you don't want to be billed, right? But yeah, I can elaborate later on the free tier, but I cannot guarantee that while testing these labs, it will not. But definitely, I would expect that you will have a bill shock for these services because they are serverless.
All right.
Okay.
Let's have another. Is the deployment done, or would you like another question?
Yep. We'll get back to the questions, but the deployment has been successful already, right? And so this means that the authentication functionality is already available for us to use in the front end. So we go back to our Cloud9, right? And so while developing Amplify, you need to think that you are developing into separate environments. So you have your front end and you have your back end. And if you made changes in your front end, then you can use it in your if you made changes in your back end, then you can utilize that in your front end. But first, since we did we updated the authentication functionality, the back-end functionality capability using AWS Studio, then we need to pull that configuration down to our development environment. So how do we do that? With just a simple code, AWS Amplify pull. Then pre-pull status, it showed me that, current environment, I have nothing deployed. But after I pulled, I have the auth already available. So yeah, so that's that. As simple as pull, then I can already test the authentication locally. So first thing, I need to import I'll need to modify the index.js part of my React application. And then I need to import the necessary libraries. In this case, it's just 3 lines of code. I import Amplify from AWS Amplify. I also import config from AWS exports. And then I configure. That's it. Save. Then in my application, so this is what the React application looks like. So I just have an HTML here, right? That's defined in the function app, and then I exported the default application. Now I'll update that with an authentication. So how do I do that? So First is I import React. Sorry, I will not teach you how to develop in React, right? The time is not enough. Then I will import these components. So this is what we call components, right? So in this case, I need the with authenticator component and the amplify sign out. And this is available. These libraries are available out of the box. I did not develop these components. The next is I need to modify my function, right? So I'll just delete everything and then I'll try to explain what's happening in this function, right? So I have a function app where what all this function does is it returns this HTML code, and this HTML code only has a logo. So this is the React logo with the word we now have auth, and then I added the component amplify sign out. This component enables me to sign out of my session. And then instead of exporting the default app, what I'll do is I'll wrap it around with so this is what we call wrap in React. I wrapped it with this component with authenticator. So what it does is the application starts with the sign in and sign up process. And then once the sign in and sign up has been successful, it will return this page. Then sign out. So yeah, you get the idea, right? So that's it. So in order for me to test locally, I'll do npm start, similar to what I did earlier. Then once it's starting, there we go. So it's already starting. So I'll click preview, run application, and that's it. I already have authentication here. Let me just, there we go. So right now I still don't have username and password, right? So let me create one password. So later I'll let you try to sign up in this application, but this application does nothing. So you know, if you're curious if it really works, right? But again, if you check the amplify auth, it's still not propagated here because I still did not deploy my application. So later I'll show you how easy it is to deploy the application. So right now what we're doing is local testing. So my application is running locally and I'm testing it locally. But the backend here, the authentication backend is not local. It's already connected to the production backend. So this user, after signing up, if I deploy this, I can log in using the same credentials, right? So I'm just waiting for my confirmation code. So let me see if you have tested the Notes application yourself. Yeah, I see that you guys have tested the Notes application. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I already received the verification email. Now, I'll just provide that code here. Click confirm. There you go. I have successfully signed in. We have now auth. Then if I click sign out, then I try to log in again. That's it. I already have authentication, but if you develop these functionalities yourself, it will take some time. But you know, we developed this in under 10 minutes, I guess, even less. So yeah, so now how do I deploy this? So again, I have set up the CI/CD here. So all I need to do is to push the changes to my repository. So how do I do that? So by using Git. So all I do is I need to git add to stage all of my changes, and then I will just need to commit it. So git commit -m. As a best practice, coding practice, you provide it with a descriptive message, not just a generic message. So added auth functionality. This will save a lot of time later once you review it. So now it's already committed, right? And now what I'll do is I'll git push origin auth. What it does is it pushes the changes to the auth branch. Now, since this, there we go. Amplify detected it automatically. So this is what we call CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment. Right. So after I have pushed the changes, Amplify automatically builds so it pulls my code, it builds my code in the Amplify infrastructure, and then it deploys it in my web application. And now after this gets successful, if you access this URL again, you should be able to sign in and sign up. So that's it. That's how Amplify makes development way more easier, right? So yeah, so this will take some time again. So I want to show you what Amplify did earlier when I deployed the auth backend. So what auth backend does is it utilizes several services. One of the service that I want to highlight is the CloudFormation. So as you can see here, Amplify created a CloudFormation stack. So again, this is infrastructure as code. So you might be asking, what AWS services is included in this CloudFormation stack? So when we click here, resources, you can see here that there's a user pool client. This is Cognito. So it's using Cognito, and it created Lambda functions. So it even has pre-built code that runs on serverless. So if we go to Cognito, right, it's here. The user pools are here in Amplify Auth. If I click that, I can see the users that signed up. So right now, only I was able to sign up. Test user, that's the one that I signed up earlier. And if you guys, after this gets deployed, and if you sign up to the React application, your users will also show up here. So I can manage the users. This is in the Cognito, right? But I've mentioned earlier, you can also manage that in the Amplify Studio. You can see here, this is my username, right? So I have two options now. I can manage my users using the native Amazon Cognito, or I can just manage them in one place, which is Amplify. And Lambda functions as well. These are serverless code, right? So this is the functionality. This is what enables the sign up, the sign in, the verify. You don't need to code all of these, right? Amplify already has this as a feature that you just need to deploy. Yeah, that pretty much is what I want to show you. So it's still building. So I think we can revisit the question. So yeah, I hope I have demonstrated how Amplify makes the development workflow, the end-to-end, way more easier, even though you only have front-end skills. Yeah, so we have a question here from Anonymous. Is AWS Amplify free, sir? AWS Amplify has a free tier, but it's only, so later I will elaborate, right? So for free tier, there are 3 types of free tier. You have the perpetual free tier, which is free forever. So let's say, for example, for Lambda, the first 1 million monthly calls are always free, but the succeeding 1 million calls will be charged. That's another example is a 12-month free tier. So Amplify falls under the 12-month free tier. So there's a free tier for Amplify, but only for the first 12 months. After 12 months, you will already be billed. And the last type of free tier is termed free tier. So it's either 2 weeks or 30 days or 60 days, depending on the service. So it's not free, but it's part of the free tier. Amplify looks like Visual Studio Code, sir. Yeah. In fact, you can choose Visual Studio Code as your text editor for Amplify Studio. How does AWS Amplify billing looks like? So later we will look into pricing. We are going to use AWS free tier for tomorrow. I am actually not sure. So from Alistair Rosales, are they going to use AWS free tier? I'm not sure how the AWS accounts will be provided, or if they will be provided at all. Okay, now deployment has been successful. So if you go to the first link that I sent, the Amplify-auth, you should see the sign-in page, and you should be able to sign up. And as you can see here, after signing in, it's just an empty page that will allow you to sign up. But hey, we developed this in what, under 5 minutes, under 10 minutes. I don't even know if you can call that development. Right, and just to demonstrate to you that I can manage the users, if I click here, I can disable the user, right? So if I disabled my user, and if I try to log in again, user is disabled. You see, it already has these functionalities out of the box. Yep. Hopefully you try this. You try signing up. Oh, Amplify is good. Yeah, but it's still unconfirmed. So you need to. Oh, you provided a fake email, so you won't be able to confirm your account. Because you can provide the security code. So yeah, if you want to try logging in, please provide the correct email so that you'll be able to receive the confirmation code. Yeah. Do I still have more time to answer questions, or in the interest of time?
We are actually having a time constraint, so I think we have to cut it short, no, Sir Jasper. But before I say thank you, for those people who still have questions for Sir Jasper, where can we reach you, Sir Jasper? What is your social media pages that you would also like to promote?
Oh yeah, so you can reach out to me through my email. Although would it be possible for either Pat or the team to compile them so that I can? There's just a single point that I can respond to them one by one, because I think if I will if the attendees are around 30 or 20, I'll be comfortable providing my contact details, but we have 100 plus participants so that we can manage the questions. Can we have the team to compile it, and I'll answer them offline?
Let's see. Pat is not replying to me as of now. But rest assured, no, Sir Jasper, we will get back to you regarding that, sir. But yeah, thank you so much, Sir Jasper, for giving us an introduction to Amazon Web Services, such as the Cloud Foundations, AWS Global Reach, Foundational Services, and AWS Amplify for full stack development. Plus the very interesting demonstration. I saw a lot of people going, "Oh, angas! Oh, it's so cool! It's so cool to see that." And as a fellow comp-sci major here, sobrang cool. It's so cool. And yeah, we hope you can stop your screen sharing, because as a token of appreciation, we would like to present this certificate to you. So there you go. All right, so certificate of recognition. This certificate is presented to Sir Jasper Mendoza for sharing his expertise as a research speaker for a build a full stack React application on May 28th via Zoom. Thank you, Sir Jasper. So guys, now everyone, let us chat in the chat. Thank you, Sir Jasper. A big thank you, Sir Jasper. You are such a great instructor, and I'm sure everyone learned a lot today. And Sir Jasper, let's have a photo of what you and the certificate only. Will that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
My camera is already on.
Okay. I'm gonna count to 3, sir. Give your brightest smile for our for our attendees as well. So para magandahan na sila, ganun. All right. 1, 2, 3. Smile, Sir Jasper. Ayan. Thank you, Sir Jasper. Ayan, thank you guys. Thank you so much, Sir Jasper. You may now turn your camera off. And thank you. Yeah, ayan, everyone's been saying thank you. You can, hang out a bit in the chat while I remind you guys to join the hashtag contest. So use the hashtags, hashtag AWS Siklab Pilipinas, hashtag AngelHack, and hashtag BFSRA Bootcamp. That's capital BFSRA Bootcamp, the B. All right. So take your selfies now. Don't forget to take a picture of your notes, and don't forget to blur our names. And yeah, join the hashtag contest mechanics. Also, we appreciate your feedback. We appreciate your feedback. So please answer our feedback form. go.education.ph/BFSRA. That's go.education.ph/capitals, capital letters, BFSRA. There. So while I'm giving you guys some time to scan the QR code or to save the link. Oh, there it's in the chat na pala. All right. So again, no, this event is a collaboration. It's a collaboration between, let us see. Can you next slide, please? Ayan, so this event is a collaboration again between AngelHack, AWS Siklab Pilipinas, and Education PH. Thank you to AngelHack so much, and thank you guys for our 161 strong participants. It's been such like a full 2 hours, and I can't believe that you guys are still here. So we had a great time. So thank you so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you again for coming, guys. That wraps up the day 1 of Build a Full Stack App Application with AWS for Beginners. Again, this has been Darla David of Education PH and AWS Siklab Pilipinas. I hope I don't look haggard, not ready to sleep. I'm too haggard na. But yeah, I am Darla David again of Education PH and AWS Siklab Pilipinas. Stay safe, everyone, and God bless. Bye, everyone. Bye to our 156 participants. Stay fresh. Wow, am I fresh? Thank you, June. I really appreciate that. Ayan, ano na ako? Charot. Bye, everyone. Haggard. Oh, no. Haggard. Don't worry. Our host for tomorrow is Miss Acha. Yun talaga fresh 24/7. Yan. Thank you guys so much. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Harish, and I lead community and platforms at AngelHack, and I also run the AngelHack Ambassador program. We've recently launched our Student Ambassador Cohort 2022, and the applications for the same are open. And if you are a student enrolled in any form of college, university, or school, please apply to become an AngelHack Student Ambassador. Now, why should you apply, and what are the benefits? There are quite a few benefits. Some of the benefits that I can talk to you right away are: you will be part of a global network of student ambassadors that are joining us from different countries, and you can also make a difference by leading your local communities in your colleges and campuses, and learn also to run your own individual events all by yourself, and we'll support you with everything that you will need to do the same. Along with this, obviously, we'll ship you swag for becoming our student ambassadors, and also exclusive access to all our partner events wherever we are doing them, in whichever country or whichever city. Along with this, the unsaid ones are obviously the advantage of the existing ambassador network that we already have, and also the learning opportunities that you can create by being an active contributor to this program. So apply now and join us to become our student ambassador and learn to build communities across the globe.
AWS is the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. Millions of customers trust AWS to power their infrastructure and applications. Organizations of every type and size are using AWS to lower costs, become more agile, and innovate faster. AWS provides on-demand delivery of technology services via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. You can use these services to build and run virtually any type of application without upfront costs or ongoing commitments. You only pay for what you use. AWS gives you more services and more features within those services than any other cloud provider. This makes it faster, easier, and more cost-effective to move your existing applications to the cloud and to build anything you can imagine. From infrastructure technologies like compute, storage, and databases, to emerging technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence, data lakes and analytics, and Internet of Things. Building on AWS means you can choose the right tool for the job. For example, AWS offers the widest variety of databases that are purpose-built for different types of applications. With AWS, you can leverage the latest technologies to experiment and innovate more quickly. We are continually accelerating our pace of innovation to invent entirely new technologies you can use to transform your business. Like pioneering the serverless computing space with the launch of AWS Lambda, which lets developers run their code without provisioning or managing servers. And AWS built Amazon SageMaker, a fully managed machine learning service that empowers everyday developers and scientists to use machine learning without any previous experience. We are constantly expanding our global network of AWS regions, so you can access AWS services to build and run your applications from anywhere in the world. Each of these regions has multiple availability zones that are physically separated from each other and connected by low latency, high throughput, and highly redundant networking. This makes it easy to design and operate applications that are scalable, fault-tolerant, and highly available. Our infrastructure is built to satisfy the security standards of the most risk-sensitive organizations. You also have access to the AWS Partner Network, which has thousands of systems integrators who specialize in AWS services, and tens of thousands of independent software vendors who adapt their technology to work on AWS. With the largest community of customers across every industry, AWS has unmatched experience and operational expertise you can depend upon for your most important applications and every imaginable use case.